City Council of the City of Rollingwood will come to order at 7:03 p.m. Wednesday, January 18th, 2023. We'll start with roll call. I don't know.
Brooke Brown,
Alec Robinson.
Bill McDuffie.
Kevin Glasheen.
Sarah Hudson.
Great. Gavin Massingo. And with that, we are present, and we will move on to public comment. Anyone? Hey, Shanti.
Hi.
Come on up.
Mayor, council members, Happy New Year to each of you and to our entire staff at the office and in the police department, everybody. I refer to them,
Sorry.
oh no, no problem. I can stop.
Me needing to be at my city council meeting from the reception that I was just
Okay.
at. So.
I refer to them as Team Rollingwood, okay? The residents of Rollingwood are fortunate beyond words to have this team that makes sure our essential services such as water, electricity, trash pickup works like clockwork. The same dedication goes for processing building permits, paying bills, meeting budgetary obligations, court, and a long list of services, too many to list here. You get the picture. Without Team Rollingwood, we would not be the safe, dynamic city that we are today. The team frequently goes above and beyond, such as when the threat of freezing temperatures came on December 20th, we were halfway across the globe in India. We received the swift reach communication from Ashley, thank you, offering residents who were away from home the services of public works staff to turn off the water at the meter to prevent burst pipes in our homes. The staff returned after the freeze event to reconnect the mains. To my knowledge, this is perhaps the very first time such a personalized service has been offered citywide. So really thank you. This was indeed, like I said, above and beyond the call of duty for our public works staff. Please thank them, Ashley, convey. I'm confident that the community will agree with me when I thank you all for the thoughtful and proactive planning and communication that you do for us all the time. The holiday spirit prevails all year with Team Rollingwood. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Shanti. Always appreciate you. And any other public comment? All right, with that, we will move on to presentations. Agenda item number 2, presentation and discussion on the quarterly investment report for the first quarter. Abel?
Excuse me, the city of Rollingwood invests all its funds with the tax pool. The only significant item is the yield has gone up from beginning of the quarter from 2.92 to about 3.94 on the yield. So it's increasing every month. Currently, the city has $536,154 invested with tax pool, and that's the only place where the city has invested its excess funds. Any questions?
Was that an annualized return?
It's the average yield for the month.
Okay, but that's annualized?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. And what does tax pool invest in?
It invests in agencies, market, repos, no real estate to my knowledge.
Is that a private investment fund or a state fund?
State.
It's basically, it used to be a state fund, and about 15, 20 years ago, they moved it to where the state now basically kind of oversees it.
But it's privately managed.
Yes, sir. It's
By
by,
contract management.
I forgot the name, Federated, I believe is the name
Okay.
of the company that runs it.
Thank you, I was just curious.
Yes, sir. If you need more information on Texpool, I can get that for you.
I don't, I can Google it, but I was just curious, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions, council? All right, thank you, Avi, and with that, Abel. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, presentation and discussion on the budget review for the first quarter.
On your, in front of you, I had to give you a hard copy. I failed to update the second half of that report. It's the previous month's numbers. So what you have in front of you is the revised financial analysis. The top part was correct. The bottom part, I failed to change the numbers, so what you have in front of you are the corrected numbers. Some of the items I'd like to point out to you on property taxes. We currently are about 40% of what we estimated, but we're lagging a little bit behind in collections. And I think the reason for that is the county had notified all the tax entities that they were going to delay the issuance of tax bills. And the reason for that was they felt there may be some elections held regarding the tax rates. And they did not want to issue a tax bill. And then there was an election, the tax rate was changed. And so they did not want to reissue any tax bills. So they were waiting to see what elections, if any, were to be held regarding the tax rates. For that reason, the tax bills went out late, and I think that's why collections are lagging behind compared to the previous year. Right now, we're at 40% of what we had estimated, and only 85% when you compare our collections to the previous year. Our city sales taxes, though, we're a little bit ahead of where we should be. We're at 25% of the quarter, and we're at 28% of our collections. Same thing on wastewater and water sales. They're a little bit above what we had estimated for the quarter. And the lack of rain may have something to do with that in terms of what our sales are. The revenue for the general fund overall, we're at 29%, but again, that can be skewed by your collections on taxes, property taxes, I mean. Our expenditures, though, are only at 21% compared to 25%. And the water fund revenue is has exceeded what we're at last year. So our water sales are greater than where we were a year ago, and the same thing on wastewater. Those are some of the things that I thought needed to be pointed out. Again, it's early in the year, so it's hard to see how we're trending. But at first glimpse, that's where we're at for the first quarter of the fiscal year.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What's the revenue item called property tax debt service? There's several years listed.
Where are you at?
Under revenue status, in comparison to prior year, it's the items, about 4 items called property tax debt service, 2014, 2012.
Those are your property taxes that are collected to pay for the debt service for those particular bond issues. The 2014 is the 2014 bond issue. The 2012 is the 2012 bond issue. The 2019 is the refinancing of the 2012 B, I believe.
Okay.
One of those is the refinancing, but nonetheless, all those are the taxes that are being collected to pay for the debt service.
Okay.
And the debt service tax rate is what is used to calculate and collect these taxes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Abel. Any other questions from council? All right, thank you as always.
Yes, sir.
With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, status report on Rollingwood comments filed on behalf of the city in connection with Zilker Park Vision Plan. Ask Ms. Wayman to walk us through our letter that we submitted on all of our behalf.
Yes, Mayor. The letter is in the packet. It was submitted ahead of the January 8th deadline. The city council outlined 4 or so kind of main points of the article, approving of the land bridge concept, that we would like more detail on the parking situation on the west side of Mopac, general opposition to the Barton Springs Road proposed 1 lane in each direction, and then that we were also interested in pedestrian safety solutions and how the city of Rollingwood might help with that.
Thank you, Ashley. Any questions on that item? Good?
Sounds good.
Thank
Great
you.
letter.
Yeah, thank you. Staff did a great job on that letter. I spent a little time editing it, but I had great things to start with, so thank you to staff. With that, we will move on to the consent agenda. And before we start the consent agenda and the regular agenda, I just wanted to visit briefly with council and let you know that I read with interest one of the many constituent emails that we got last week referencing a more strict adherence to Robert's Rules of Order. And while I know it's difficult for our chairs and our boards and commissions to do that, that is a skill set that I possessed, and I've never burdened you or anyone else with it. But I always have kind of liked the town hall meeting approach. But in all honesty, our code does call for Robert's Rules of Order to be used in Section 2-223 and Section 2-56. And I know that there's a strong sentiment among this council to follow our code to the letter of the law, if not to the spirit. And so we will be trying out a little bit of Robert's Rules of Order this evening, and we'll try it on for size and see if it fits, and then we can go forward from there. I'm going to try to kind of ease us into it with just some of the basics, but I'll kind of just highlight some of the things to keep in mind. All public comment, and I did give deference to our friend Shanti tonight. Didn't want to spring this one on her too soon, but you kept it to 3 minutes, so it wasn't a problem at all. But we will start adhering to 3 minutes in public comment, and for Q&A for public comment on items on the agenda, we will also be adhering to a 3-minute per question per council member. When a member is recognized on their agenda item, they will have a total of 10 minutes to speak on the agenda item and may make a motion related to it within that 10 minutes. That's on page 387 of Robert's Rules. All questions and dialogue will be held to the discussion period, and no member will be recognized on the question until the original member has concluded their comments or have spoken for 10 minutes. Extensions of time obviously will be granted with a motion to extend and a 2/3 vote of this membership, your membership, to extend those time limits. No member may speak more than twice on the same question on the same day. That's page 388 of Robert's Rules. And members who wish to also speak on the item may do so, also for 10 minutes, and also limited to twice on the same question in the same day. Members are reminded to not speak directly to one another, and rather shall address the chair, and that would be phrased as, so the chair will ask if you speak up. I will ask for what purpose, and you may state the purpose. For instance, you'll say, Mr. Mayor, and I'll say, for what purpose, and you'll say to ask a question, and I'll ask the person who is speaking in that time period if they yield, and then they either can or can't. The Q&A period does count against the gentleman or the gentlelady's allotted time. The chair will also ask if the council member who has the floor will yield, just as I explained, and that's how we'll proceed with that. And then the council member who has the floor at the time and who's in that period will be able to decide whether they would like to yield or not at that time. Perfectly acceptable to say, I don't yield at this time, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to finish my comments, at which point I'll let the other council member know that, and then we'll proceed like that. For what purpose, Councilwoman?
To ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You
State your
said
question.
Time extensions are allowed with a two-thirds vote.
Correct.
We have 5 people voting.
And that,
Two-thirds of 5 doesn't,
it's actually 3.3. I've consulted with council, and that apparently is 4. So 2/3 per this book is 4.
all right. I just wanted
I-
to clarify that before we had a vote that
Sure.
required us to know
That's a
what-
great, it's a very good question. It's one that I asked just hours ago. So,
And
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
yes, sir. State your purpose.
I would like to ask council a question.
State your question.
Council, I think it was after the last meeting, we walked outside and, I asked you if we had Robert's Rules of Order adopted here, and I believe you thought the answer was no, we do not. Was that just a mistake?
To
Must
state-
have, yeah, it must have been because I didn't look in our ordinances to actually see.
It is actually stated in the ordinance.
Okay. Because we had a little discussion about it. And then I have another question. for
State your
council.
question.
So in order to suspend Robert's Rules of Orders, I understand we can put that on the agenda for next council meeting and vote to repeal the ordinance establishing Robert's Rules of Order.
The-
Is there any mechanism for doing that in the current meeting?
Yes, sir. I got this. The chair. You can advise the chair. You're welcome to advise the chair. A full rule suspension for a rule suspension would also be a 2/3 vote, which is why those are matching the vote threshold. So you are also, it is your prerogative if you'd like to suspend certain rules. You have that opportunity, and you can state that motion, and it can be, I believe that is a debatable motion, and you could have that discussion and then vote whether or not to suspend the rules or not.
All right, and Mr. Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
State your question.
I'd like to be recognized for a motion to suspend the formalities of the Roberts Rules during this meeting, and of course, conduct the meeting as we traditionally have, with the mayor conducting the meeting and exercising orderly control over the discussion in a informal fashion.
You're currently not recognized for that motion.
Okay?
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question for council.
State your question.
How does one get recognized for a motion to suspend the rules for the
What I,
meeting?
If it pleases the chair, I just will make one
It
response.
does.
I do not know. I am not a parliamentarian. It's a Robert's Rules question, and I am not a parliamentarian. I do not have Robert's Rules memorized. I don't know what the answer to that question is. So I'll defer to somebody who appears as the parliamentarian.
it is a slippery slope to ask for these things, and we do have it in the Code of Ordinances. It's ironic to me that we would want to suspend them when we first mentioned that actually enforcing the rules that are in the code and they've been asked for by this council and other members. But I will recognize you momentarily, and why I was not recognizing you then is I would like to get through the consent agenda. I was just letting everybody know that's how we would proceed. I'd like to get through the regular, through the consent agenda, and then I will recognize you for a motion.
All right, thank
We'll
you.
go from there. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am. State your question.
I move that we move up item 14 on the, I believe it's 14 on the agenda, Mr. Bench's presentation to this, I'm sorry, it's number 15, to the presentation section of the meeting.
Happy to recognize you for that motion after we finish the consent agenda.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move to the consent agenda, and happy to entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to pull items 7 and 8 from the consent agenda.
Items 7 and 8 are pooled, and we will circle back with those. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to approve items 5 and 6 on the consent agenda.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown and a second by Councilwoman Hudson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes and no nays, motion carries. And with that, we will move to agenda item number 7, which is pulled from the consent agenda. And recognize Ms. Brown if she wants to bring that issue up.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we approve in item number 7, the proposed contract for legal and planning services offered by Denton Navarro, Rocha Bernal, and Zec. And I would move that we direct staff and Denton Navarro, Rocha Bernal, and Zec to present at our next council meeting a project task list and project dates for this project. The project being the process for considering the commercial zoning changes as recommended by the comprehensive plan.
Okay, council, you have a double barrel motion there. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman Hudson. Further discussion, council? You recognized?
We talked about the schedule at our last meeting, and my only concern with the schedule is that they talked about the difficulty with scheduling meetings and getting all of the coordination required to have a fixed schedule. So I guess my concern is understanding what your intention is for the schedule that they would present at that time.
So the question to Councilwoman is what is your intention?
My intention is to have at this point, we know we need draft language from Denton Navarro, and then we'll have a series of meetings. And I think it would be helpful both to the public and for our own scheduling purposes to have a sense of when we'll get the draft language and what kind of public meetings we'll then schedule both with planning and zoning and with the council, recognizing that we may not be able to fix dates certain, but we can have an outline of what the project schedule what the project tasks are. I'm assuming there'll be something like, we'll get an initial draft, maybe it's on half of the points, maybe it's on all of the points, then we'll have schedule a public hearing, perhaps at planning and zoning first, and then have a markup, another meeting for a markup by planning and zoning, and then another public hearing for final adoption of a recommendation at planning and zoning, and then a public hearing before the council, and then a markup by council, and then a final adoption, something in that order. But I do know that it's my understanding that staff and Denton Navarro are working out what that process might look like. And I think it would just be helpful for all of us to have an outline of that. We know that it's tentative and it's not, the dates can't be fixed at this point, but I think it would be a good start and it would give good public understanding of what the tasks are going to be and understanding of the part of the Planning and Zoning Commission to do that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions or any other recognitions? All right. You have a motion and you have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That will move to agenda item number 8, discussion and possible action on a reimbursement resolution expressing intent to finance expenditures. Ms. Brown, you pull this item. Would you like to discuss it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item, the question I have on this resolution, what I'm assuming with this $500,000 that we are authorizing for reimbursable expenses, that we are simply saying that up to $500,000 of expenses can be reimbursed from the bond funds. We're not authorizing the expenditures themselves, and those will come back for council approval separate and apart from simply deciding what source of revenue we'll use to cover those expenses. Is that correct?
State your question. Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
That is correct.
Thank you. With that, I move that we approve reimbursement resolution for December 22. Let me look and see if it has a better time. That we approve resolution number 2022, that might be 2023, 01-1808, as amended.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, sir.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown, a second by Councilwoman Hudson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right.
Mr.
That-
Mayor, may I be recognized?
With that, we will move on to agenda item, we will move on to the regular agenda item and state your purpose, Ms. Brown.
I would ask that we might deviate from the normal order of regular order of business to pull up item number 15 so that Mr. Bench can make his presentation on height considerations.
You have a motion to divert from the regular order of business to agenda item number 15. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. This is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We will move on to agenda item number 15. And I will recognize, is this, this is Ms. Brown's agenda item, and recognize Ms. Brown to lay out the agenda item.
The agenda item consists of a presentation prepared by Mr. David Bench, who is the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, acting chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding building height considerations.
Councilwoman, would you like Mr. Bench to take the remainder of your 10 minutes, which you've got plenty of, or would you like me to close your comments and give him 3 minutes?
Please close my comments, and he may have my time.
I'm going to not close your, I'm not going to close your comments. I'm going to leave him on your clock and leave him the remainder of your 10 minutes. And with that, Chair recognizes Mr. Bench.
Oh,
If you'd like me to just give him 3 minutes, I can, but I think I'm doing you a favor by leaving him on your clock.
Well, I was going to move to suspend the timeline so that he can make his presentation.
You can do that at the end of your 10-minute period.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Bench. Carry on.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. I had made this presentation 2 weeks ago at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. It was just for discussion. It was food for thought. It has not been endorsed by Planning and Zoning. It is just something to chew on, and it is framed around my understanding of where we were trying to get to with regard to building heights. I've done a lot of research on the issue, and I thought that it would be useful to share what I've learned with y'all. So, let's see. Whoops. First off, a few assumptions and observations and way forward. When people talk about changing the codes around building geometry and how buildings sit on lots and heights and things of this nature, I get the feeling that really what they're saying is that Rolling Wood residents don't want houses that overwhelm the space that they occupy or the neighborhoods that they are built in. And with that assumption in mind, that kind of frames everything that I'm going to say from here on in. There is also a unique feature about Rolling Wood is, unlike any other city in Texas, we have the combined features of hilly terrain and extreme land values. So when we make comparisons with other Texas cities, we don't find anything truly comparable to what we have here. I'm just going to go to the subscript on this and just caution that as land values increase, it becomes more cost effective to litigate than to wait for government to act on changes. So, in other words, my bottom line is I'm trying to save you people from a lot of trouble. My next point is that roof geometries and building height are only two pieces of this overwhelming size issue that I described. But in Rollingwood, because of its hilly topography, they may be the most important. So planning and zoning and city council here has already tried to bring public in for comments on building height measurement. I'm going to bring up some things about roof configuration, and we're all interested in trying to make everything fit together. The housekeeping, everything needs to harmonize whenever we're finished with whatever work we're doing here. So far, public response to planning and zoning efforts with regard to public comment have been go slow or don't change. These things that we hear about with we need to do something quickly, we need to put a Band-Aid on things, we need to change or add a moratorium to our plan. We're not hearing that from the public so far. We're just hearing go slow or nothing. So given those responses and the discussion that we've had to date and council's desire to amend code, at least from my perspective, and I do believe also from P&Z's perspective, a comprehensive plan is in order, and that's the way to tackle this issue. So when we look at residential height comparisons, if we look around us in Texas here, we see that Rowanwood's 35-foot maximum of allowable building height is relatively high. In Westlake Hills, the residential building height limitation is 30 feet. In Austin, it's 30 feet as well, although I say generally because variances can be gotten depending on what the circumstances are of the neighborhood that's being built in. Lakeway has 32-foot maximum, and Rockwall, Texas, has a 36-foot maximum, which is a little higher than us, but they have that also with a pitched roof system requirement, which means you're not allowed to have a flat roof in Rockwall. And we'll talk about flat roofs in a minute, but it's an important thing. Now, I've been giving this an awful lot of thought, and it seems to me, given that what I said earlier about hilly, high land values, why not look outside of state for similar situations, similar cities that are like us, to see if there's something else out there where we have high property values and a hilly terrain and how they deal with it. If you look at Stowe, Vermont, their maximum building height is 28 feet. That's a pretty expensive place to live. Better than that, Aspen, Colorado has a 25-foot maximum for flat roofs and low-pitched roofs. But they have a system in place where as the pitch increases on the roof, the building height can go up along with it gently. And we'll talk about that in a minute as well, if you allow me the time. It's interesting, too, that Aspen, Colorado, put a building moratorium in place in December of 2021. And for 9 months, considered major portions of their building code. In August of 2022, they published and approved their new building code. It's an interesting document, and it's up to date and fresh. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as well. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to thank Mr. Glasheen here for the graphic here on the right, but this is what our current height measurement method is, and he's got it right, that on flat slopes, we have a 35-foot maximum, but as the slope increases, that can go as high as 45 feet. What's interesting about our height measurement method and what's in our building height definition is that we're the only ones that I've seen anywhere which, whenever there's a comparison made with what a height could be or should be, there are the words, whichever yields a greater height of the building. Almost everybody else, if you read their code, it's always the lower of whatever an option might be. It's a curious thing. I kind of wonder how it even got in there. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that, about our height. Here in Westlake Hills, again, they have a 30-foot height maximum, but they do allow for up to 32 feet, provided that the land grade is over 25%. But they're keeping their maximum heights significantly lower than we do. Now here in Aspen, Colorado, at 28 feet, it's a straight-up measurement that they use. Anywhere within the building, whatever is straight up, 25 feet is the maximum permitted, at least in a flat or a low-pitched roof. And then in another part of Colorado, Pitkin County, they have what I saw was the simplest height measurement example, and that is no roof point shall exceed the prescribed height above the existing or finished grade, whichever is lower, and all measurements will be made vertically, i.e., each point of a roof shall be measured to the point of grade that is directly below it, vertical and plumb. So easy. Now, I'm not recommending that this is what we should go with, but I think it is interesting how clear and easy it is to follow. Let's talk about pitched roofs. Okay? When we talk about roofs, we've got a flat roof, which is somewhat uncommon, but becoming more common what I'm seeing around here in Rolling Wood. And pitched roofs, which is what most residential roofs are in this town. When we talk about a pitched roof, we're talking the way that a pitched roof or the pitch of a roof is measured is in what we call rise over run. So the terminology here for a 312 pitch is described as for every 3 inches in the vertical, we have 12 inches in the horizontal. That's a fairly low pitch, but that's how it's done. If it were a 412 pitch, it would be for every 4 inches of vertical, there would be 12 inches of horizontal. So as that number goes up, so does the pitch of the roof.
And Mr. Bench, that is the conclusion of your time, and I bet that I'll be happy to recognize Ms. Brown for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we extend Mr. Bench's time
You have
for another 5 minutes.
He actually gets 10. You have a motion for extension.
Okay.
Members, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion for an extension of time by Ms. Brown. There is a second by Mr. McDuffie. You have got 10 more minutes, Mr. Bench.
I promise to be quick. Okay. So we've established what a pitched roof is and how you measure that. Now, if you think about it, flat roofs from the street look more imposing than a pitched roof does. It's a fact. Pitched roofs are in closer harmony with what the neighborhood's roof lines are throughout all of Rolling Wood. 312, what I'm going to use in this example here, is considered low slope. You know, it's a funny thing. I always thought that pitched roofs were part of the residential code, but evidently I haven't been able to prove that out. But it is still part of the commercial code. So there is a 312 pitched roof requirement for commercial building. So it's in the code. Oh, what did I just do? Thank you. Okay. Now here's an example I just kind of selected at random of what a roof could look like or what a consideration is. There's a house that is being built down on Park Hills that has gotten a lot of comment in our public hearings. And this house from the street, it's my view, it looks fairly overwhelming. It is, I think they take full advantage of the 35-foot height limit. It is a flat roofed house. and it looks nothing like the houses on either side of it. If you were to draw, if you were to assume that from the front of the top roof to the back of the top roof was 30 feet, which is actually a conservative assumption, it's probably more like 35. I'm eyeballing it, but I think it's about 35. And then draw a line as to how that could look if you had made it a pitched roof instead of a flat roof. You would find that the front of the house actually drops almost 4 feet, 3 foot 9 inches actually, which from the street would be a little less, I know it's small, but it would be a little less imposing to the eye. And again, going back to the earlier assumption, people just don't want to be overwhelmed by what they're seeing. They want to see a little more harmony in their neighborhoods. Now, thinking about that a second, in Aspen, what they do is, as I said, the maximum building height is 25 feet. That maximum applies to a flat roof and to a roof that has low pitch, that is 312. If the pitch of the roof goes beyond 312, it goes 412 or above, then the way they measure their maximum height is the halfway point between the eave line and the ridge line of the roof. It effectively allows a builder to increase the height of the roof overall without making it look that much taller. It's easier on the eye. There's the possibility, and again, this hasn't been shopped around with planning and zoning, and I think the public needs to comment. There is the possibility that we could lower our maximum height to 30 feet from 35, but allow for this kind of variable pitched height. Still enable builders to build something that could be 35 feet tall, but the front of that, the front edge of whatever is being built would be regulated down to 30 feet. Just something to think about. And that is what I wanted to share with you today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bench, and the chair is back to Councilwoman Brown, and so you have roughly 5.5 minutes left on your time.
I want to thank Mr. Bench for bringing this to our attention. I think this is the sort of idea that will be helpful for the community to get familiar with as we figure out what we're comfortable with on height limitations. So I want to thank you for your work and thank you for being here. And I yield the rest of my time to whoever might want it, if I can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Bench.
Yeah, thanks. Always appreciate you. All right, with that, Councilwoman Brown closes. Happy to entertain any requests. Hearing none, we will move back to the regular order of business and move on to agenda item number 9. Or wait, are we on 10? So the chair lays out agenda item number 10. The chair lays out agenda item number 9, request for legal advice and discussion and possible action with regard to building permit applications and purported issuance of building permits where the building official has determined that the applications do not conform to the setback requirements of the zoning code, and zoning variances for the nonconformities have not been sought for the Board of Adjustment determination of appropriate action with regard to such applications, and identification of any similar issues in connection with any other Rolling Wood permit applications, if any, in progress at this time. This is Councilwoman Brown's agenda item, and Chair recognizes Councilwoman Brown to lay out her agenda item.
And point of order, Mr. Mayor.
State your point.
I had made a motion to suspend the rules. You said we would take it up when we got to the regular agenda, and we are there.
I've laid out agenda item number 9. I didn't know that you were, I thought we had taken care of that with earlier comments. I will recognize you for a motion.
Motion to suspend the rules, Robert's Rules of Order for the remainder of the meeting and revert to our more informal format of discussion of items with the mayor moderating the discussion as he has traditionally.
So is your motion then to suspend all Robert's Rules of Order, just chunk them out the window, or are there specific rules that you have in mind that you would like to suspend? The chair would prefer you be specific in your,
I would like to suspend all the rules and conduct the meeting as we traditionally have, informally, with the mayor exercising some degree of control over the discussion to maintain order. And
so if, that's an interesting motion since I'm the chair, and I was choosing to implement the Robert's Rules of Order. So you have I mean, if you want, so restate your motion, because if you're just giving the mayor the discretion to conduct the meeting as I see fit, I'm going to be conducting them by Robert's Rules of Order.
my motion was for the mayor to conduct the meeting informally as we have in traditionally, and maintain order of the meeting informally, and that if there's a specific follow-up motion that's necessary to maintain order, I'm sure that somebody will make one. But I was merely asking the mayor to not stand on the formalities of the Robert's Rules of Order for the remainder of the meeting, is what my motion is. And you can take it as a personal request if
Sure.
you want to.
I'm happy to take it however you make.
But it's a motion, and
No, I appreciate that. I'm happy to take it however you make the motion. It's not my call, it's yours. What I would suggest you do is to state your motion as, here's where I am. The mayor has no intent, if I'm to continue to sit in this chair for some amount of time, to disregard all Robert's Rules of Order. I'm happy to, if you would prefer to state your motion as your motion would be to suspend all necessary rules, and then we can suspend those. They will potentially be suspended as we go, but there are potentially rules that we would want to continue to maintain within Robert's Rules of Order. For instance, a motion to adjourn, a motion to recess, a motion to get, there are a number of rules that I don't think it would be wise for you to just throw out every single rule. It's a very broad motion, and it's not this chair's intent to continue the meeting with no rules.
and may I respond?
Yes, sir.
So I don't think that a motion to adjourn is disallowed or improper in the absence of Robert's Rules of Orders, and most municipalities have suspended Robert's Rules of Orders, is my understanding, and don't operate by them. And so my motion's to suspend the rules, Robert's Rules of Orders, and conduct the meetings as we traditionally have. If the mayor wants to follow some measure of order in the meetings short of Robert's Rules, that's fine. If the mayor wants to follow Robert's Rules, then that's fine too, but I'm just asking that for the purpose of conducting the meeting efficiently and collegially, that we conduct it more informally, and that's my request. And again, it's as much a personal request as a motion, but I can take it as a motion if you want, and
I
we
will-
can vote on it, but
I'll take it as a motion. I'll restate your motion. If I restate it incorrectly, let me know. I do think it's interesting that we are looking to suspend the Robert's Rules of Order. I think as a very accomplished litigation attorney, you understand that probably the second longest surviving body of law, other than what's
the Magna Carta
the
perhaps?
Magna Carta and is probably parliamentary
I
law.
think it's the
Um,
Humeri Code.
Yeah, which is
Samurai Code, that's
Yeah.
right, from Babylon.
which is why our parliamentary rules and Robert's Rules of Order have lasted for hundreds and hundreds of years. But if your motion to your fellow council members is to suspend all necessary rules and allow the mayor to conduct this meeting however you want, that is the motion that you are seeking a second for, and I will then proceed with some, I don't know, as I see fit, I guess. So is there a second?
And I would like to,
Are you seeking recognition, Mr. Glasheen?
Now I'm thinking about whether I want to make the comment that I'm considering as part of the motion for during the discussion portion of it.
You may,
Um,
you may.
But I'll just wait and see if anybody has anything else to say about it. I have a point of clarification.
State your point.
Is this something that we discussed before a second, or is only discussed after a second? And I will say I've ordered my 2 sets, the long and short versions of Robert's Rules from Amazon, and the only reason I didn't study them before tonight was because I understood from council that we did not follow them or had repealed them. But
No,
my apologies for not knowing the
No, and that's
rules
fair,
tonight.
and like, between last meeting and this meeting, I read some constituent email that was very upset about us not implementing Robert's Rules of Order. It struck me as, this is very complex, those rules are very complex, it is what the code says. So that's not something that is necessarily at every chair's disposal for boards and commissions. And I'm by no means an expert, but I do have some level of experience. I'm not saying that I always know, but the reason Robert's Rules of Order exist is to try to keep meetings efficient and consistent and less fiery, allow members to get along. I honestly do think if we give it a chance, there's a reason that these rules have existed for hundreds of years, and I think as people get more comfortable with it, it would significantly shorten our meetings. It would significantly allow us to keep a level of order and decorum, and it would allow you as council members to make decisions more efficiently and more quickly. And
may I respond, Mr. Mayor? I think that may be very well correct, and I intended to be an expert on the rules if we were following the rules, and that's why I asked council if we were following the rules. And it was a misunderstanding. I should have looked up the code myself. I'm a lawyer. He answered me that we don't follow those rules and they're not in our code without checking the code, and I should have checked the code myself. But that was my understanding, and that's why I didn't learn the rules.
Understood.
But I have bought the rules 10 minutes ago, and I can be an expert on the rules by our next meeting, and would be happy to play by those rules if everybody wants to. But I just think it's a little bit unfair to, at least to me, to stick to the formality of the rules when I was given the idea that they didn't apply, and even though it was a misunderstanding and somewhat my own responsibility for not checking the law myself, but nonetheless, I feel, like a little bit more like we were trying to approach things in a more collegial and cooperative way, which I realize the mayor may not be feeling that right at the moment, but I think that it's important to do what we can to maintain a collegial and cooperative approach to dealing with whatever issues that we have to deal with. And I think that a more informal approach would facilitate that goal.
I totally agree with you, which is why 2 things. One, I said at the beginning of this, we were going to ease into it. And to be clear, there's a whole body of parliamentary law that we could be adhering to, but really all I laid out to you as a way to ease into this were the time limits and the explanation of how to do the time limits. Certainly other motions are in order, but that's what I meant by easing into it. And as I also said in my opening statement, I've always enjoyed and appreciated the town hall meeting approach to this council. But again, when I see constituent emails that are telling us very specifically that we should do a better job of adhering to Robert's Rules of Order, I also was not 100% clear if it was in the code or not, but I did look into it after I read that email, and then also realized that, it is in fact in the code, and I know that this council is very interested in following the letter of the law, and so I was, in my mind, offered no choice but to adhere to them tonight. Robert's Rules of Order give you opportunities to suspend said rules with certain vote thresholds, and that is at your disposal. And that is the motion that you've made, and that is the motion you're seeking a second for. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilman Glasheen to suspend the Robert's Rules of Order and allow the mayor to to conduct the rest of this meeting in some manner similar to the ways we've done it in the past. And you have a second by Councilwoman Brown. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You
I
weren't
was-
listening.
I wasn't listening.
I'm a no.
I do get in trouble with that.
Yeah,
I'm
two
going to
noes,
state
I
it
guess.
again for the record so that we're clear. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say no.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for a roll call vote because I was not clear on who did what. So Councilwoman Brown,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson,
No.
Councilman McDuffie,
Aye.
Councilman Glasheen,
Aye.
Councilwoman Hudson.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 2 nays. The motion carries. And with that,
So that does, sorry.
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am. State your question.
That does not require a two-thirds vote?
It does, in fact, require a 2/3 vote, and the motion fails. You have been paying great attention. I'm very tired. I started my day at 5 o'clock this morning, and this, my friend, is why you're the mayor pro tem.
I'm trying to speed things along.
I love you dearly, and I appreciate you very much. More than you know, actually. I'm going to turn you into the parliamentarian. The motion, 3-2, 2/3 vote requirement, and the motion fails.
Mr. Mayor, may I be recognized?
State your question, Mr. McDuffie.
I would like to make a motion that we suspend the time limits specifically for the remainder of the Robert's Rules of Order that assert the time limits.
I do very much appreciate the specificity of your motion. You have a motion. That doesn't mean I agree with it, but I do appreciate the specificity. You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Councilwoman Brown. We'll call a roll call. This is, I believe,
I
not
thought
a
debate
debatable.
is next.
It's not a debatable motion.
Okay, all right.
So I'm going to call a roll call vote. Councilwoman Brown,
Aye.
Councilman Robinson,
No.
Councilman McDuffie,
Aye.
Councilman Glasheen,
Aye.
Councilman Hudson.
No.
I'm gonna do better this time. There being 3 ayes and 2 nays, the motion fails, a 2/3 vote. And
Mr.
with,
Mayor, may I be recognized?
yes, sir. State your question.
I'd like to state my reasoning for my vote.
You're recognized for that purpose for 3
Okay,
minutes.
Just quickly, I think we'll each have 10 minutes plus the extension. That's enough time, in my opinion, to be able to talk. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman. And with that, we'll move on to the back to the regular order. And again,
Mr. Mayor, may I be recognized?
yeah, I'm about to recognize you for what purpose?
In the same manner as which you recognize Mr. Robinson for statement
You're
of.
recognized.
My concern with imposing Robert's Rules of Order is that it has been done without notice to the council so that we could prepare adequately to address the issues in that fashion at this meeting. So perhaps, too, I should have known that it might happen at any point in time, but it would have been nice to have had notice of it. And that's my reason for seeking suspension of those rules for this meeting.
Your comments.
Until we can all come prepared.
Your
Thank you.
comments are noted. Thank you.
I beg your pardon?
I said your comments are noted.
Thank you.
All right. See, we laid out agenda item 10, or laid out agenda item number 9.
We're on 9.
Request for legal advice and discussion and possible action with regard to building permit applications and purported issuance of building permits where the building official has determined that the applications do not conform to the setback requirements of the zoning code and zoning variances for the nonconformities have not been sought from the Board of Adjustment. Determination of appropriate action with regard to such applications and identification of any other similar issues in connection with any other Rollingwood permit applications, if any, in progress at this time. And again, the council, or the mayor recognizes Councilwoman Brown to lay out her agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am handing to Mr. Robinson a copy of the motions I'll be making in connection with this agenda item. This agenda item concerns a situation where we've had 2 building permits on corner lots. One of the lots is on Vale, one is on Farley, where the building permits have been directed to be issued, even though the city's building official, specifically K. Freeze, our engineering firm, found that the side setbacks on these lots did not comply on the lot applications did not comply with the 30-foot setback required in the zoning code. How did this happen? I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but my understanding is that these two owners filed building permit applications seeking that reduce the side setbacks from 30 feet to 20 feet on the grounds that they had filed plats with Travis County that contained the 20-foot setbacks and argued that the plats controlled over the zoning code. That issue was taken up at the February 22nd council meeting. The city council had asked the city attorney to clarify whether the zoning code or the plat controlled as to setbacks. The city attorney advised the council that the zoning code controlled over the plats and that a variance from the Board of Adjustment would be needed to be sought for the setback reductions. Neither of these two applicants for building permits sought a variance from the Board of Adjustment. Instead, it seems that these applicants prevailed upon the mayor to override the building official's determination that the building applications did not meet the requirements of the zoning code. On August 28th, the mayor issued a memo to each building permit file directing that the permits be issued, citing prior precedent, mistakes by city staff, and threats of litigation. At the next city council meeting in September, the mayor recommended modification of the subdivision code to remove the requirement for setback lines to be shown on a plat, which was in accord with the city attorney's advice from back in February, and but the council was not advised of the action taken to direct that these building permits be issued. I learned of the mayor's memo by chance while reviewing permit files at City Hall to see how the height ordinance is being applied and came across the two memos. From these circumstances, it seems to me, this is my opinion, that we have two building permits that have been directed to be issued despite the city attorney's advice that a variance from the Board of Adjustment was required and over the objection of the building official. I have posted this agenda item so that we can ask the city attorney to address these circumstances, determine whether the permits are lawful, and what options are available to the applicants to get them in order if not. This is not about the mayor. I am not claiming any misfeasance on the mayor's part. Any one of us can make a mistake. I am asking that we ask our city attorney to review these circumstances and advise the council on this matter. What is the scope of this issue? Obviously, these two lots are at issue, but it would also impact any corner lot in the city of Rolling Wood and the neighboring lots that abut those lots. Rolling Wood has 115 corner lots, with roughly 2 abutting lots for every corner lot, and I started counting the abutting lots to the corner lots and found it was about a ratio of 1.8 abutting lots to each lot. We would have approximately 115 corner lots with 320 abutting lots, so this issue would affect almost 345 lots in our city. The 30-foot setback for a corner lot is designed to ensure that the front setbacks along a street are uniform corner to corner and regardless of which street the corner lot faces. Without the uniform setback, then lots adjacent to a corner lot that may now share a uniform 30-foot setback along the length of the street may see a reduction in what was the front 30-foot setback to a 20-foot side setback. Also, if the applicant seeks to reorient the front of the house, which happened in one of these applications, then the adjacent owner may experience a side back privacy fence where there was a front adjoining lot and structures in the new reduced side setback that are not permitted in a front yard. For example, AC equipment and other things. What am I asking of council? I have distributed a single page that contains the same 4 motions as were contained in the memo I filed with the agenda item this past Friday, or submitted with the agenda item this past Friday. These motions would ask that we take action on a policy level so that the decision to supersede the building official's determination on these 2 lots does not become precedent for any future applicant, thus undermining our code setbacks, and that we reaffirm the policy from the February 22nd council meeting that the zoning code side setbacks on corner lots will govern building permit applications unless a variance from the BOA is granted, and that we notice this policy to pending applicants and to the website page for residential building applications. That we find out if there are any other situations where permits have been approved where the building official has found the application non-compliant with the code. Number 3, that we get the advice of our city attorney on the legal issues associated with this matter. And 4, that we do this in a timely manner by asking for the city attorney's written opinion by a date certain and setting this matter for a special council meeting to take it up as soon as reasonably possible. That is my motion, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to answer questions.
You have a,
That is my,
yeah,
those are my motions. And I'm happy to answer
okay.
questions.
First of all, can you pick a motion? I can't recognize you for multiple motions at once.
I move motion number A as contained in my agenda item. I move that the city council direct the building official to advise all pending building applicants having a corner lot seeking a reduction in the 30-foot side setback and not meeting the exception in code section 107-76C3 that such setback reduction requires the approval of the Board of Adjustment and cannot be accomplished based on purported prior precedent by an address change, a new plat, a replat, or amending plat, or other means.
Let's
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
state your inquiry.
Couldn't Councilwoman Brown offer all these motions as one motion in various subparts?
That's not a great idea, but it's actually the most workable idea, so that's what we're gonna allow her to do. So continue stating your motions, and then I'll let you seek a second for that multi-purpose, multi-pronged motion.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Mayor.
State your inquiry.
Will that permit a separate vote on each motion?
It would not if you
I
present it like
I
that.
would propose a separate vote on each motion.
Okay, then you've heard the first motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown as stated. You have a second by Councilwoman Hudson. And at that point, we will pause. You'll still have the floor here in a few minutes. We'll pause your time at 7 minutes, and then you can come back and make your other motion.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that, Mr. Mayor.
So you're at 7 minutes. You've made your first motion. I'll pause it at 7 minutes with your first motion at this time. And with
Parliamentary inquiry.
state your inquiry.
My understanding of the rules is that the 10 minutes is for each council person's discussion on a motion after it's been seconded, and that the time in laying out the motion wouldn't be counted against Councilmember Brown for her 10 minutes of discussion.
That's correct. Technically, she has 10 minutes on the question. But for tonight, we'll allow her to have the extra 10 minutes. So I guess she gets 20 for each particular motion.
And I do have a point of information.
Point of information. State your point.
My point is that the point of information is that I think it might be helpful for council to hear whatever the mayor has to say about this before we consider the motion, so that we'll have a better understanding of the issues.
That information will come shortly.
And
Okay.
procedurally, how would that come about?
I'll-
Parliamentary inquiry.
I'm about to help you out with
Okay,
that.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Okay, with that, the chair yields the gavel to Mayor Pro Tem Hudson at this time. And if you want a script, or you can wing it however you want. Madam Chair, request for information.
State your request.
Madam Chair, will Council Brown yield for a question?
I'll
Will you
yield.
Okay.
She yields.
Councilwoman yields to you for a question.
All right. Councilwoman Brown, as I heard your comments, I would like to know from you, is it your assertion here today in this public meeting that you and I did not have a specific private telephone conversation about this specific matter at hand and that you and I, or that you, have no recollection of agreeing to the exact approach outlined in my executive memos that you've included here for everyone in your one sheet on this agenda item, which included the subsequent council action that I suggested and that was approved by this council to guard against this circumstance happening again in the future. Is your position that you and I never had that telephone
It
conversation?
is my position, we never had that conversation. Perhaps you've confused me with Ms. Hudson.
No, ma'am. We'll get to that.
We did
Is
not
that-
have that conversation.
Is that the answer to the question?
Yes, it is.
Great. That is all I have, Councilwoman, Mayor, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to a question of personal privilege.
State your question.
I move to be recognized to make comments regarding actions which have been circulated to disparage my character, and I humbly seek a second for this motion.
I have a parliamentary inquiry. Is that?
State it to your
is
chair.
that
I'm
a-
not your chair currently.
Oh, thanks.
State your question.
Is that I'm curious about the rules because I've only read them for 5 minutes, and so I'm hoping you know them better than I do. But I thought that point of personal privilege had more to do with like the temperature of the room or being able to hear the speaker as opposed to, not that I have a problem with the mayor's request to be recognized to speak, but I'm just, I guess, wondering if anybody knows these rules better than the mayor does, 'cause I don't. Maybe it doesn't matter. Let me withdraw the parliamentary inquiry because I'm not sure it matters. And
Madam Chair?
Is there a second?
No, I'm happy to, Madam Chair, point of information.
What's your point?
Would you like me to read page 227, line 25 through 30 of Robert's Rules of Order?
Yes.
Last line being, or to charges circulated against a member's character.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I
Aye.
Council, make no mistake that this is 100% about the mayor. Agenda item number 9 was filed to disparage my integrity, to question my honesty, to cast doubt on my intentions as a mayor, as a public servant, which I hold quite sacred, to damage my reputation as a truthful broker of compromise. For those reasons, I come to you today with comments made partially to this council, but more importantly, I'm addressing my constituents, my neighbors, who have allowed me this opportunity to serve them and to work on behalf of this community, a community which I very deeply care for. I'll just say I am floored by Councilwoman Brown's denial of our conversation on this topic. I am absolutely beside myself. I hope that it's an issue of memory and not one of deceit. I will be happy to tell you the facts of this issue, an issue that was dumped in my lap a month or two after I was sworn into office, an issue that affected the previous building official, an issue that dealt with a code that had not been updated since 1987, a code that required plats that simply are supposed to give you the metes and bounds of where a building and where a lot is, but a code that required those plats to have setback lines on it. Representations that were made to fellow neighbors of ours, homeowners, property owners, that were stated that putting those building lines at the time that you get a plat approved, that you could adjust those, that you could adjust those building lines, and that That plat then could be administratively approved, and you would be good to go. Those were certain representations that this city, a building official of this city, made to individuals when they were doing their plats. Was that correct? No, it wasn't correct. But were those representations made on behalf of this city? They were. And for those homeowners and property owners on the other side of this equation, who then spent a great deal of time, a great deal of money, a great deal of expectation, trusting those comments and representations that were made by this city, were extremely upset, multiple litigation threatened, me personally meeting with attorneys for at least one of the parties, laying out their position on the issue. And be clear, from my perspective, there was no good answer. To not allow them to move forward would, and I believe I took them at their word, would result in immediate litigation. To allow them to move forward would potentially lead to future litigation, but at a much lesser degree of certainty. It was a Hobson's choice. The fact that both property owners were also attorneys, one of which being an accomplished real estate attorney, gave me pause. Issues of discovery were in my mind as well. I did not have the ability, opportunity to consult with my good friend, Mr. Glasheen, at the time, a very accomplished litigator, to talk through what litigation strategy might look like, what those issues might result in. I will say that it occurred to me very specifically that one of those to be deposed would be a former city building official who no longer worked for this city and who actually left this city over, I think, possibly, partially, because of this very issue. And I believed at the time that that deposition would probably not be favorable to this city. I also believed that there would likely be at least deposition requests asked of members of this council. I did not think that was a good look. I did not think the optics of that were good, and I did not think that that would necessarily play out well for anyone. I consulted with counsel. I'll be honest with you, he said, I think we win it long term. I think we would win that lawsuit long term, but they've said they're going to sue. I don't know how much that would cost. It could be costly to the city. That could be a problem. But I do think we would prevail in the end. So I visited with the homeowners and I said, I will let you move forward with this permit that you've already have in the works under two conditions. One, you have to do your homework. You have to go visit with the neighbors, immediate neighbors, and make sure that those individuals are okay with this approach. And if they're not, I can't help you. And I told them I would then go visit with two of my council members because I could only visit with two. Again, an issue that we have and that I would someday like to correct in statute. But I could only visit with two members, council members, and then I would visit with Councilwoman Hudson, who I knew was passionate about this issue and issues like it, and has been active and engaged on it in the past. And I would visit with Councilwoman Hudson about it as well. If I could visit with them and convince them of the merits of it and convince them of the approach that I was taking, and if they could provide to me assurances from their immediate neighbors that would be most affected, that they were okay with it, I would personally sign off on their permits and allow them to move forward. It is very unprecedented for the mayor to specifically sign those permits. Here's why I did it. It was no fault of any staff member in this room. No fault. And I would be damned if I was going to allow this excellent staff that we've assembled here to potentially have to sit on this dais and answer these kind of allegations for something that they did not cause. And I said, I have moved forward like this. I will own it, and I will take the issues if they ever do arise. But I don't think they will arise because those who are most affected by it are fine with it. And the two council members who are most active and engaged on these issues I've visited with, and they have said that they're fine with it too. I then, let me rephrase that. I will say, in my conversation with Councilwoman Hudson, she was not fine with it. In fact, she was quite angry about it. She expressed that to me. I don't like this, Gavin. It upsets me. It makes me mad. I can't believe that this is happening. I don't like the approach. But I understand. And my point was, I'm with you. I don't like where we are either. I'm not necessarily faulting the homeowners. They were told one thing. You could argue one way or the other whether they should have known differently or not, and I think that that's an issue that she holds still. But the bottom line is they were presented with how a potential option for them, and they availed themselves of it. She was not happy about it. I told her I did not feel like the juice was worth the squeeze. I did take them at the word that we would be involved in some level of litigation, and that if, in fact, the neighbors immediate to them were okay with it, we could probably move on. To be clear, we have decades and decades and decades of these codes being poorly written, being not well executed, and so there were a number of arguments that, again, not saying that they would necessarily prevail at the end of the day in court, but there are a number of arguments that say you're not currently administering these codes correctly, and all we're asking is to be treated like others are asking. Then, at the time that I visited with Councilwoman Hudson, I said I truly believe that the fix to this long term is to bring back a code amendment that would make sure that the building setback lines are not included in plats. I believe that's what led to the confusion. That's what led to the misinterpretation. That's what led to the administrative. I mean, to be clear, plats should be able to be administratively approved because you're just giving the metes and bounds of the lot. That's all you're doing. When you start putting building-related items on those plats, it's when you get into trouble. It's what happened here. Councilwoman Hudson and I talked about it. I said I will bring back that fix. I'm going to ask you to own that on the agenda, which we did. We did it at the very next meeting, the March meeting. I'd like to read a transcript from that March meeting. And I want you to listen to this transcript in the context of what I just told you. I want you to listen to this transcript, understanding the context that the two most active and engaged council members on this issue are Councilwoman Hudson and Councilwoman Brown. I laid out the agenda item. My comments were, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Hudson bringing this to us this evening. It's pretty straightforward. We've experienced a little bit of legal confusion on our end when trying to implement our code related to plats. It's very common, well, it's actually uncommon practice to put zoning issues on a plat. So I appreciate Councilwoman working with us on this. I'm happy to entertain a motion. Councilwoman Hudson then said, I think Brooke had pointed out another section. Councilwoman Brown said, it's been added. I said, great. And there may still be some other things in this code. This is the low-hanging fruit. We may circle back with some other issues that are proving difficult, but this one was the easy one, and we'll be in touch on the others, especially as Nikki finds and gets her feet under her, as she has started a list of things that she considers head scratchers. Councilwoman Hudson said, how long is that list? I said, it's growing. It grows every day, apparently. All right, I have a motion. I moved approval of the ordinance to amend the ordinances related to the requirements that setback lines not be placed on plats. It was seconded by Mr. McDuffie, and it passed unanimously.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
This is a personal privilege speech,
Oh.
and those are
I
not,
think you said the March meeting. I think that was the August meeting. Sorry.
you're welcome to make comments later, Councilwoman. I then took the unprecedented action, never been done, to draft a memo. And I'll tell you why I drafted that memo. Because I am tired in this city of the institutional knowledge that exists at any one particular time being lost to the winds when somebody moves on. And I am crystal clear at this point on why people move on. But I am tired of when that occurs, we start at square one the next day. This was clearly a problem. I did not like having to do it. I did not want to do it. It was a no-win situation, which is why I took the approach that I took, which is why Councilwoman Hudson and I worked to bring something before you, which is why, interestingly enough, there was no question from the far end of the table regarding this issue. Apparently, it just showed up on the agenda item, and it was such a great idea that there were no questions raised about an issue that people are very interested in. And so I drafted that memo so that we would at least drop breadcrumbs for our future generations, so that when the next person came along and said, well, I'd like to be treated over here like these two houses, at least then, in the public record, when someone went and looked at those two houses, as Councilwoman Brown did, they would see, oh, wait, no, it's not appropriate to treat those lots like that. Look, they made changes to the code. So a certain code existed before, which is why they were treated a certain way. That code was changed, and now they need to not be treated like that, and they need to understand that that is not an option that they should avail themselves of. That's why I drafted those executive memos. It was not only out of transparency, it was out of an abundance of caution and transparency so that it would be there for all to find and see going forward. Councilwoman Brown, I have no plans to ever speak privately to you again. Should you need to visit with me on any matter, you may do so as is your preferred method of operation and post that topic on a council agenda so that I can record it and share it with you afterwards if you need a reminder. And additionally, Councilwoman Brown, please know that at this time I am asking you to strictly adhere to the Rollingwood Code of Ordinances, which require the city administrator to act as a liaison between council and staff. You are officially asked by me to direct all questions and requests for information related to your duties as a council member only to the council administrator as the liaison between council and the city. All city staff and external vendors are now directed by me to refer any interaction you may have with them to City Administrator Wayman per City Ordinance Section 2-26. Administrator Wayman is now being instructed by me, the Mayor of Rollingwood, to bring any and all requests by you which require expenditure of funds by this city with a third-party vendor to be placed on the council agenda for action and subsequent budget amendment as needed by the full council. This includes all requests for memos and meetings with third-party contractors, which the city will independently be billed for. It includes all of your personal requests for legal memos and opinions from outside counsel, and it includes all documentation requests of any extenuating nature, which would require extraordinary staff time and resources. With that, I yield the floor on the point of personal privilege. The chair reminds the agenda that I originally laid out agenda item number 9. Feel free to, again, look at the recording. But both items remain before you right now. and council, due to your new understanding of my unwillingness to voluntarily agree to govern with Councilwoman Brown, and in light of her decision last month to opine at length on my suggested path forward to try to build consensus in the community by having a small and capable advisory panel of 3 non-politicians who each individually possess a wealth of knowledge and expertise, which would give each of us great insights into how to proceed with spending the City Hall bond funds. But this path forward was not acceptable to Councilwoman Brown, and she successfully had you, the council, place her onto the advisory panel. She undoubtedly plans to micromanage and second-guess that process and bog it down. What was designed to simply be an information-gathering exercise by seasoned professionals so that council and myself were armed with quality ideas and concepts prior to making any firm decisions. Therefore, it's not my plan to move forward with her as a member or a liaison to that advisory panel. So, council, you have a choice. You can ask me to withdraw the invitation from Councilwoman Brown to join the work of the advisory panel, and I will proceed overseeing their work. Or you can ask me to leave Councilwoman Brown on the advisory panel, and you can do all of that work yourselves. As a side note, my position on this does certainly not include the removal of the invitation to Alex Robinette to participate, as I think her experience would be an excellent addition to the group. I'll also add that should you want to appoint a different member of the council to assist me on the oversight of the panel's efforts, feel free to do that. I never planned to be on the panel, nor do I think one of you should be, but I would be more than pleased to have help from one of the 4 of you in overseeing the work and helping them get lined out with appropriate deliverables, which would be of the most use to you in your decision-making. I would be happy to have one of the remaining council members helping in this endeavor, and I have no concern whatsoever in the strength of your word or the quality of your memory. I'm happy to work with any 4 of you arm in arm, or I'm happy to also cheer on all 5 of you from the sidelines. I'm not done. I'm nearly done. With that, I relinquish the gavel to Mayor Pro Tem Hudson for the remainder of the evening. I wish the council good luck with their deliberations and wish you all best wishes. Talk to your chairwoman.
Mayor Pro Tem, I rise to a point of privilege. May I be recognized?
Yes.
I believe the mayor is mistaken. The conversation he has suggested he had with me did not occur. I believe you know, Mayor Pro Tem, that I called you astonished when I found those memos. I believe a mistake has been made here. I don't believe it was made out of malfeasance, as I said in my original comments. I don't believe there's malfeasance. I believe there's a mistake. I have made a mistake in offering certain action to this council. I offered a burn ban. Councilmember Robinson had a concern about it. I realized that my initial view of the matter was incorrect. I pulled it back and we worked it out. In this case, I don't know the circumstances that the mayor faced. I believe there must have been significant pressure for him to have taken this action. I do not believe in the course of action taken that that was correct or prudent or valid. And that's why I brought this motion. I believe the concern now is that we have 2 permits purportedly issued by the mayor when our code requires that they be issued by the building official, and that if there is a disagreement, if the building official finds that the permit is not in compliance, it's to go to the Board of Adjustment, who handles these matters, and the appeal is to a district court if there's a disagreement. I think the process now is that 2 persons, one of whom the mayor then recommended to sit on the Board of Adjustment, have been issued permits that would not have been issued or may not have been issued by the building official and/or the Board of Adjustment. We don't know. And now we have the dilemma that there are the prior precedents the mayor felt he had to recognize, and now 2 more precedents that he felt he had to recognize. And I think it's important that we had asked our city attorney to clarify in February whether the plats controlled over the zoning requirements, and we got an answer to that. This action all happened subsequent to that February meeting. The mayor and I have not spoken privately since the spring. We've had a disagreement on several different matters of policy. I have maintained my respect for the mayor professionally, procedurally before this council. But when I found by chance that these 2 permits had been issued out of the regular order, I was astounded. And I think the council has to do something about that. I've been a lawyer for 42 years. I've never had a single complaint against me. My credibility is now being challenged. I think when you look at, had the mayor gone to council with these circumstances, there would have been a number of reasons why there would have been no successful action by these 2 building permit applicants. I've done this in the most professional way I could find to do it. The reason we sit here as a council and not as an individual is because it requires the judgment of all of us to get these decisions right. I alone can't do that. The mayor alone can't do that. There are 6 of us who are entrusted to enforce our codes. That's why I have brought this here, as uncomfortable as it is to me and to the mayor. The mayor could have also in August, when he issued these permits, have asked for an executive session to discuss the threatened litigation with this council and gotten the consent or approval of the council to proceed in some fashion consistent with legal advice. But that didn't happen. And I'm sorry that the mistake was made. I'm sorry the mayor felt compelled to do what he did. But I think we now have an opportunity. I think we now have to recognize that's not the regular order. It shouldn't happen again, and see where we go from here. That's our duty. Thank you.
I have a point of information.
What's your point?
My point is that the mayor says that he talked to you about this problem that he was trying to solve, and that I'm not sure if he said you were aware of the memos that he wrote to the file, but I'm wondering what is your side of the story about that, so that we'll have all the facts as we consider these motions.
He did call me, and he explained it to me, and he told me my head was going to explode. And I told him that was true, and his clarification when he said I was fine with it, and he said, no, she wasn't fine with it, that was true. I was not fine with it. I was not happy with any of this that went on, but I trusted that he was doing what he thought best in the interest of the city, and that he had cleared it with our city attorney, and that we were taking steps so that it didn't happen again.
And just to be clear, did you know that this was going to be resolved by executive order from the mayor as opposed to council action or some other action?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
he said. That's what he said was
Okay,
the way it was gonna happen.
okay. And then
Yes.
another point of information, since you mentioned you assumed the city attorney had cleared that, and wanted to ask Mr. Zek if he did in fact clear that approach to solving the problem.
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, and you said it was fine?
Yes, sir, I didn't have any, I did not have any, well, yes, I gave him my legal counsel and he moved forward. I did not, he didn't do anything that, that I indicated would create liability for the city.
But my reason for asking the question in part is my understanding of the code is the mayor doesn't have any authority to take any action other than what he's been specifically authorized by council to do, which includes like contracts up to $500, but certainly doesn't have authority under the ordinance to direct building officials to approve a permit.
So, under state law, the mayor is the executive officer of the city. It says that specifically.
Okay,
And short of an ordinance that dictates limitations on that executive authority, the state law provides that the mayor is the executive officer of the city.
okay, thank you. That helps my understanding.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor, correct?
Are you talking about the mayor's motion to censor me? Or are you talking about my motion?
Your motion.
Just for point of clarification.
I am talking about your motion. The mayor's motion was not seconded. Correct. So we will, and also none of what that involved was on the agenda for this evening, so
And
we will
I'll-
not take that up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Go ahead.
I just want to remind council, and I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, that under state law, the public is entitled to, under the Texas Open Meetings Act, isn't it, to the extent that they would like to provide comment on action to be proposed to be taken, that they're entitled to speak on that proposed action. So we should give the public an opportunity to speak if they wish on each motion.
Okay. Before or after?
Before, please. Before, yes, yes.
You mean before debate by council?
Well, it can be after debate, it can be before debate, but they need to, they're, under the Open Meetings Act, they're entitled to an opportunity to give public comment on action to be taken, and it should be before the action is taken, because after it's too late.
Right, so, but just on the motion that's on the floor at the
Just the
moment.
motion on the floor, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Is there any public comment on this motion?
I'm sorry?
I asked if there
I
was
didn't
any
hear- I
public
couldn't hear.
comment on this motion.
Okay.
Can you go ahead?
Just to clarify, motion A.
Yes.
Amy Patillo, 3 Rock Bay Cove. So I just want to say first, I don't have a dog in this hunt right now, but I am a member of the public who happened to look at this agenda on Friday night, and I was shocked by what I saw. There's a few reasons why I was completely shocked by it. And the primary one is that when I read the Agenda 1 sheet, there were 2 specific properties called out in the Agenda 1 sheet, but they are not listed in the agenda item. And I just want to say I have sat where y'all have sat before. I have put together agenda items before. And I only did this one time where I feel like I created an agenda item that would impact a very small number of property owners who are very specific without specifically noticing them in an agenda item. And when I did it, Tom Farrell came and called me out on it. And he also helped me make sure that I contact those people before the council meeting so that they would then know that I am their neighbor and I care about their property and I care about this community, and I put the item on the agenda because I do care. And also as a professional, that I would show that I have a level of integrity, that I care if the person who is going to be impacted by the agenda item has proper notice to be able to show up and talk about it. So a question I have before you all vote on this motion is, maybe you can discuss among yourselves, has anyone contacted at least the 2 people who are named in here? We know that Mayor Massengill received notice because he's spoken to you and left. But there are 2 other people who are our neighbors, and I don't consider it very neighborly to have posted this agenda item this way if they have not been reached out to and given the opportunity to talk about the issue and consider ways that it could have been resolved without having to come on this council agenda. And that's my primary comment. But also, I would just encourage you all that for the moment that it happened, I felt a little bit like, wait, I'm a council member. I put this on the agenda. I can do that. And then the public just needs to read it, and they need to show up, and they need to follow the agenda, and they need to understand that it's their responsibility to have read the agenda and understood when their properties might be impacted. And I hope that this council does not proceed with that type of attitude, especially when it comes to property-related issues or zoning-related issues. And it was a huge thing for me to learn from Mayor Farrell. I appreciate it still to this day. And I think it's something that is really important if we're going to honestly say to our neighbors, we care about your properties, we care about you being our neighbor, and we're here looking out for what's best for the city. So thank you.
Any other comments? I can't read that.
Oh, I can't either.
John and Wendy Hunley.
Okay. Wendy?
Yes, could you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for letting me speak. I also just wanted to say that when I read the agenda, I was concerned after reading the one sheet that the council would talk about specific properties without properly noticing that they're going to talk about those properties. And it was my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, that the council should talk about laws generally and not seek out individual property owners. Like if you don't like the way something was, a decision was made, then you can talk about that decision or how you might change that law, but you don't specifically go after your neighbors. And that you shouldn't be allowed to post an item about people's addresses without posting their addresses and just putting something in a one sheet. I've seen this practice happen often on this council, and particularly with Councilmember Brown. And I don't think that it's legal or proper that you do that. I think that the council is there to legislate the law and to change the law. If you have a problem with how the law was interpreted, just as you talked tonight, what the mayor should have done, if you are aggrieved by a decision of a building official, then your remedy is to go to the Board of Adjustment, not to go to pull out people in your neighbors and to try to backdoor things or do harm. Your job is to legislate. You're not administrators. You're not building officials. And so I think that I would hope that our council will align what you are supposed to be doing with what you are supposed to be doing and stop individually attacking people and properties. And that, to me, was the biggest issue I saw with this actual agenda item. And I hope, that in the future, the council will be more careful with our neighbors and actually focus on the laws instead of on attacking neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Not really related to the particular motion.
Mayor
on
Pro Tem,
hand,
may
but-
I respond to the comments. May I have 3 minutes to respond briefly to the public comments?
Yes.
Motion A has to do with making sure that we have, going forward, a clearly stated policy. It doesn't involve specific action with respect to the 2 tracks at issue. Secondly, there was a suggestion that I should have contacted these owners. I think what I attempted to do was I advised our city attorney and our city administrator by letter on, I submitted these items to them on Tuesday. They were still private at that point. I asked our city attorney and our city administrator to consider whether these matters would be properly handled in executive session. I also assumed that they would advise me on the question of whether the agenda item itself would need to include reference to those 2 specific properties. I did not hear further from them on that question, and I did not hear further from them that the agenda item was in any way incorrect. The agenda item included the memo that was posted Friday, that was included with what I submitted to the city attorney and Ms. Wayman for consideration on how to properly post this item. So they were aware that the 2 properties were involved in connection with motion C, and I had expected that they would advise me if that needed to be amended. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion?
I'll make a comment about the motion, or discussion about the motion. First of all, I want to say that I've only been on council a little while, and that I have gotten to know Mrs. Brooke Brown and Mayor Gavin Massengill as I campaigned and got elected, and I know them both very much by reputation as well, because they're both prominent, highly respected members of the community, not just Rollingwood, but, you know, Austin area and even the state of Texas. And I want to say that I consider them both persons of excellent character and very well intentioned. In this matter, particularly, I think they're both very well intentioned and approached it with good character. And I think that, like many of the problems that we have in this world, I'm 60 years old now, and I think that I look back on my 60 years, I see most of the problems as having one root cause, and that is poor communication. That's almost always what the problem is. And the problem we have as a council is that our hands are tied in communicating by the Open Meetings Act. And it's frankly terrible, you know, as far as trying to resolve conflicts, acquire information, reach consensus. It's terrible. And, you know, imagine if you could only have a conversation with your spouse once a week at a scheduled time with items on the agenda and couldn't discuss them that week if they weren't on the agenda. It wouldn't be a very long marriage, I don't think. But I feel that, you know, that's the one thing that I've learned, I would say, that's impressed me. I've learned more than one thing, but it's the one thing that's impressed me the most about what makes this a difficult job is that we cannot communicate freely with each other off the record or outside of the bounds of these posted open meeting agenda items. And so that's unfortunate because it creates the appearance sometimes of people can be, you know, easily defensive about an item or interpret something as accusatory when maybe it's more inquisitory than accusatory. And so the other problem with things being reduced to writing as opposed to just being informally discussed is that it's hard sometimes to discern intention of a person in writing. That's why I always prefer on a delicate matter to have a phone call rather than an email, because sometimes an email can very easily be misunderstood or misinterpreted as to the tone or the intention. And I think that's some of what's happened here tonight, and I think it's unfortunate, because I do think that we're dealing with all around people of very good intention and very good character, and that the communication has been very challenging and has led to conflict that is unresolved, and that's unfortunate. I do think that, you know, these are important questions. I had questions about what's the mayor's authority to do that? Can he do that? Should he have done that? I didn't know that under state law he's the chief executive of the staff and can direct the staff to take certain actions. It's a messy, complicated situation. I understand that. I'm not sure that I know all the details well enough beyond that to even talk about how it could have or should have been resolved, because I just don't. I wasn't there, and it's complicated, and I just haven't studied it that carefully. And so I think that, you know, those are good questions. You know, I think that in light of the, you know, information that we have and the nature of the discussion, you know.
We're on item A right now.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was just looking at, trying to think of putting it in context. In light of the nature of the discussion and the issues that are presented to us and the information that's put forward, I'm certainly going to consider all of that and may make a motion later with regard to the motion. But anyway, I just want to say I'm sorry that it went the way that it did and it was taken the way it was, because I don't think it was intended the way it was taken to raise these inquiries. That's all.
Anybody else? Okay. First motion is on item A.
And my motion in response to that motion is a
What?
sub-motion.
You're not recognized for a
Oh.
motion.
Well, but
we're,
as a point of parliamentary procedure, I believe I can make a motion to table a pending motion.
okay. You have to be,
May I be recognized to make a
Recognized.
motion to table the pending motion?
yes.
I move to,
Thank you. Okay.
so that's the motion that I make, is to table the pending motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
And I'm curious if Ms. Brown, I certainly don't want to step on her motion if she wants to vote on it tonight, but
I believe, Mr. Glassine, that a motion to table, is it to table indefinitely or to table to a time certain? If you move to my understanding is if you move to table indefinitely, then it can't come back up. It is like a motion, it is a denial of a motion. You know, takes a motion off the table entirely. If you're suggesting we defer to another time, then I think you need to so state.
excellent point, and let me, look at my.
So
Robert's
I know the
Rules of Order
basics,
cheat
so
sheet.
where I know the basics, I'll try to help if that's okay.
Thank you,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, so, a motion to postpone is probably the appropriate
That's-
motion to be made. A motion to table is typically to lay it on the table until the end of the meeting and then be brought up later at the end of the meeting. A motion to postpone will not kill the motion. A motion to postpone to a date certain would be to postpone it to a date certain. If it's a motion to postpone, then I believe it could be brought back at any time by any council member.
Okay, so it's a motion to
There's-
postpone consideration is a motion. I'm looking at my Robert's rules here.
Yeah, Robert's rules, the motion to postpone indefinitely is what you were thinking about, and it's, a motion to table is actually to just lay it on the table until the end of the meeting. This little
I'm not
book
sure.
says,
Okay.
you can motion to postpone to a certain day, or you can motion to postpone indefinitely, and a motion to table is just to lay it on the table for this meeting.
I think I'd want to postpone it to the next council meeting, but I also would like to hear Councilwoman Brown's views on this, because I'm not intending to step on her motion, and I want to respectfully have her motion considered if she wants it considered verbatim now, but I thought in light of what we've learned and further discussion and inquiry may be helpful before we go vote on this.
May I respond?
Yes.
My response would be that I do think that we perhaps move, I will withdraw my motion A until we've considered motion C, which is whether or not we direct these questions to the city attorney for resolution.
Okay.
Because that would also, as referenced, that would be to a time, we would ask the city attorney to respond in a certain amount of time, and then have a council meeting to consider the advice that we are given at that point, and it may be appropriate to consider all four at that point. So I think it would be, now that I'm thinking through this, maybe we do postpone, I am happy to withdraw motion A until we've considered motion C
Okay, can we,
and D. And
Before-
then if we could bring it back up at that time.
before we go there, motion A is not specific to any action that has been taken. All it says is that going forward, people with applications on a corner lot have to understand what the rules are.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So-
that's.
So I see no problem with us passing that and making sure that's clear, that this is the policy going forward, is that you have to go to the Board of Adjustment if you are trying to change your side setback on a corner lot.
Okay.
So I would suggest that we vote on A and postpone the rest of this so that we can take care of the rest of our agenda tonight. Let everybody have a chance before our next meeting to read over this, understand what the implications are, and hopefully all be able to take this up, if necessary, at the next meeting, which would be my suggestion.
The Mayor Pro Tem's suggestions would be acceptable to the author of the motion.
Thank you.
May
Is
I
there
be
a second?
recognized? For point of discussion prior to a second, or we can have a second and then discussion.
Second.
I
Okay,
think you have to have a second.
Yes, you do.
discussion.
yes, okay.
And
So what is,
So why are we postponing B, C, B and C specifically? When my reading of B and C is that we're looking for additional information from the city officials.
May I be recognized?
Right.
to-
no, not yet,
Okay.
because I'm gonna answer that
Okay,
question.
all right.
Mostly because I was totally taken by surprise by all of this evening, and so I do not feel like I am prepared to go forward of all this. I don't think this memo was on here when I looked at the agenda. So I was not, I did not know this had been added. I don't think it was on there when this was originally posted.
the more recent memo,
Yes.
it was posted yesterday afternoon.
And I looked at the agenda before that, and so didn't know that anything had been added. We
Certainly.
really need to get, notices when you guys add information to the packet after the agenda has been posted. Because I read through all of this, earlier over the weekend. I think it even looked at it Monday night. It wasn't on there. And so, under the circumstances and everything else that has gone on this evening, I am not comfortable voting on these other items tonight because I don't feel prepared to do that. Although item A is to me very straightforward and is something that would help prevent similar issues going forward. And I think it would be a wise move to make sure that that is clear what we want people to be, have explained to them when they come in with a building permit and a request for something that does not comply with our code.
Thank you. And I have a point of information, if I may be recognized.
Yes.
So, great comments. In the same boat you are, new to me. But my point of information is that I think that our good legal counsel, Mr. Zek, has kind of already answered questions C1 and 2 that the mayor had the authority to take the action he did, which would make them valid permits, which would make sections 3 and 4 of paragraph C moot. And I'd like information from our counsel if he's prepared to give that answer or if he'd rather not.
No, I'm not prepared to,
Well,
I'm
and
not prepared. I'm not prepared to do that.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
That's kind of my point,
Okay,
is that
we're not prepared.
we didn't have a chance,
Okay.
didn't
Fair
know
enough.
this was there, did not have a chance to read over this. We may have resolved some of these questions already so that we can all look at this again and decide what, if anything, needs to be addressed, and we can bring it back if we need to
Okay.
at the next meeting.
And you said that was acceptable as proposed, but,
She did.
Yes.
okay.
Okay, so we are back with the motion to approve item A.
And I think you amended my motion to table by suggesting that we postpone rather than table B, C, and D. Is that right?
So
Are we-
here is my recollection of what has occurred.
Those have
There was
not-
there was
has-
a motion by Councilmember Brown. I can't remember who seconded it on
Alec Robinson.
And so if we're going to be not hyper technical, if we're going to follow the actual Robert's Rules of Order, once a motion has been seconded, the author has no authority to remove it, to withdraw it. Once it's been seconded, it belongs to the body, and the body has to dispose of it, for the record, moving forward. Having said that, it's been motioned and seconded. You did make a motion to table. There was a discussion as to whether it should be table or postpone, but there was never any second that I recall.
I see.
Correct.
Okay, and there was never a motion for B, C, or
There
Correct.
was-
D.
We weren't there yet.
Correct.
Wait, wait,
That's
wait.
kind of
So
story.
we have-
We're not there yet.
Yep,
So we have no motions on that.
correct.
And for the record, motion C, 1, 2, B, and C haven't been made by Councilmember Brown. It is her agenda item, and if she chooses not to make the motions, then there is no issue on tabling or postponing.
Got it. Thanks.
Tom, go ahead.
Tom Farrell, 3223 Park Hills Drive. One word of caution on this. I wasn't aware of this till today, but all this stuff we get into, we're falling into that again, the way I look. Because if you're asking our Vicky to explain what our code says to somebody, that gets to be where she's providing advice to them on what they're doing with that, which I really don't think that that's the place that we want to be again on this. So I think that rather than accept A, which I agree is on the face of it is pretty plain, but if we're explaining to somebody what the code says on that, I think that's putting our city staff in a position of maybe giving advice to somebody, and I can see us rolling up into another problem later on with that. Just a thought.
So who tells an applicant that they have to take something to the Board of Adjustment?
I think you really have to be turned down by the board, by my experience is that the applicant has to be turned down by the building official, and then he appeals that decision at the Board of Adjustment on that.
And in the context of when a variance is required, staff would tell the applicant, you can't do this, you have to go get a variance from the zoning board of adjustment. So staff would do that of natural occurrence.
But after the building official has,
Right, I
Declined.
don't want to step on the building official, so if I'm wrong in the process, an applicant comes forward with a building permit, they submit their building permit, the staff looks at the building permit, they see, oh, they're trying to put a house in a setback that is inappropriate. It's appropriate on the plat, but it's inappropriate pursuant to our zoning regulations, and as such, they've got to get a variance from our zoning code in order to place the house in that setback, which is prohibited by our zoning code. And it is incumbent on staff to tell them that they are required to go get that variance.
In light of that,
is that not what this says?
that's
Well, this is actually giving staff a directive to go contact every single person who has a corner lot seeking a reduction in the 30-foot setback, that reduction requires the approval of the board adjustment. I don't know if there are any people currently, I don't know the answer to that
and Mayor,
question.
may I be recognized to offer an amendment that I think solves the problem?
Yes.
I move to amend the motion to delete the words "to advise all pending" and delete the and then add the word also delete the word applicants and add deny application, so that it would read, move that the city council direct the building official to deny applications for permits where a person having a corner lot seeking a reduction in the 30-foot setback and not meeting the exception, blah, 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 period, number 3, period, and then we could delete the rest of that paragraph. And that would just make it clear that council's intention is to direct the building official to not grant a reduction in a corner lot seeking a 30-foot setback if it doesn't meet the exception in code 107-763. Simply makes it clear what we want them to do and doesn't tell them how to say it or to contact people.
That's already the law.
It is.
He is, you are correct, it is already the law.
Which means that there's nothing that we need to change.
If I may explain.
Okay.
The reason why I included the motion A, is because of the confusion caused by granting 2 permits that didn't meet that requirement. And so I think now we have to reset. We thought we reset in February, now we have to reset again. That was the reasoning. We thought we had a ruling from the city attorney on that question. We've had contrary precedent, now we need to reset.
Nikki, do we have any applications where this is an issue that you are aware of?
I'm not aware of any of them that are current right now. I would like to say that when I did come on and these 2 applications were going on, it was that we saw that these 2 plats had those setbacks on them. And so then with that plat being a recorded document, it was conflicting of whether or not the plats, along with our zoning, which one kind of superseded each. That is a reason that all this kind of came up, that we changed the code, because a plat is a recorded document for meets and bounds. Our zoning code is what takes a plat and gives it, the restrictions that it does now.
With the setbacks.
So that's
Question about
where
that,
that did
if I may.
come into play. Yes, sir.
So the plat the plats in question had been approved by the county but not by the city. Is that what my understanding is?
County doesn't approve
The-
them.
It just
No.
been
They just
recorded with
record
the county?
Yeah, recorded with
Yeah,
the
it was
county.
recorded.
But they were approved by the city and then recorded?
May,
The plats were approved.
I think they were, this was before I came on.
Okay.
So it's
So the
like, I
plats
kind
were
of,
approved.
I really stepped
I
into all
appreciate the
this.
conversation, but none of this is really germane to the actual question of the motion, which is directing the building official
You're
to.
not
If-
the parliamentarian.
Madam,
Well, no, but this is a Texas Open Meetings Act question issue,
Madam-
not
I
a,
see.
not a
Madam-
parliamentary
I
procedure.
see.
Madam Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem, I believe what we have here, there were two actions. In February, as you know, this issue came up. We had a February 2022 council meeting where the issue was addressed. These plats, the Vail plat had been brought to the building official for approval. But that approval had not been accomplished. It was not filed with Travis County until after Charlie's advice to us in February that the plat would not control the zoning requirements. And the plat itself, when it was filed, is approved by the city only as to the subdivision requirements. That's plainly stated on the plat. That's what what our city administrator signs off on, not the zoning requirements. And so had council been able to review all of this, I think that's when we said initially that these kinds of changes to the side setback have to go to the Board of Adjustment. That was in February.
Well, but that was already required.
And it was already, that's the point. It was
Right.
already required. That referral, in this case, that referral to the applicants didn't go to the Board of Adjustment. They simply subsequently filed the plat. That's in, if you look at the plats itself that are attached to the P&Z application in this case, that's what's shown on it. And if you look at the Vail plat, there was an early January plat, a later March plat or replat, and same situation. The plat, the city's approval of that was only as to subdivision requirements, not as to zoning. So they were not consistent with our direction of council in February.
Okay.
And
Well,
then
there
there
were-
was then we have the action in August. So we've had February council action, we've had a change, we've had these two permits come up. Now, is it important to clarify our precedent? And that's what motion A goes to.
Okay. Under the circumstances, perhaps we should just not vote on any of these tonight and look over them again and figure out what we need to change and what we don't need to change because it is already appropriate in our code.
I'll make
There was a lot done on these that was not the way it should have been done, all the way around. And it is clear we do not want to do that again, and we need to make sure that we clarify what our rules are and how these are handled in the future so that we don't have another incident. But I want to make sure that we can all look at these completely and understand what we need to change, and I just don't feel prepared to do that tonight without having looked over this,
Is that a
and
motion to
with
postpone?
less drama. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to make a motion.
I think
since
you
I
can.
am
Yes,
now
you
the
definitely are.
Yeah, either indefinitely or to a certain time.
Yes, you don't lose your authority to make motions.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, we still have
I think where we are,
Brooks' motion.
We still had
on the-
motion.
We
on
still
the-
have,
motion.
we still have Councilmember
Active.
Brown's motion on the table, and you can either
And-
vote on that motion or make a motion to postpone that motion, which would be a valid motion.
okay, I had thought that motion to postpone had been made, but the question was whether it. Okay,
Right.
all right. Then
Mine-
I will
I'll second it.
Well, wait. Well, Don.
Too late now.
You are not recognized. Brooke is recognized. Go.
I move to postpone consideration of the 4 motions I have presented to the council until a time certain, either at the direction of our, well, how do I do this? At the direction of our city administrator, whether they be set for a special council meeting on these matters only, or to the next council meeting.
And she can make that motion?
Yes, she can.
She can.
I thought
Okay,
that
even though she had it.
As the maker of the motion, I'm not aware of any, again, this is general, okay, I don't
We're
want to get
doing the
into.
best we can.
Right,
Go ahead.
exactly.
Okay, so we have a motion. We need a second.
I'd like to move to amend the motion that we move it, extend it to the next council meeting and not some
Okay.
special
All
council
right.
meeting. That's all.
That's fine with me.
Okay, so let's go ahead and, we have a motion to amend. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, then we would vote on the motion to amend.
Motion to amend. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And now vote
Okay.
on the main motion.
As amended.
As amended.
The
Thank you,
motion as
sir.
amended.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. So,
Very opposed.
and that was to postpone everything, yes? Okay.
Anybody want a cookie?
You need a cookie.
Some Girl Scout cookies over there.
They've got hydrogenated vegetable oil.
Oh, you don't need them?
I don't need them. I'm on the record now.
I'm going to get back to them before your next motion.
Okay. We take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay. We are adjourned at 9:25 for 5 minutes. go out of usual order here and call up agenda item number 11, discussion and possible action including adoption of project milestones and processes for planning water system improvements. And this is Brooks' agenda item. Do you want to lay out your, are you looking for something, or are you, this is your agenda item, number 11?
Well, yeah, we switched.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong item. I thought we were on,
She's taking them out of order.
10. I'm
Yeah, she's
sorry.
taking
So we're
them out of
taking
order.
out of order to do 11 first because the folks from K-Freeze are here, so we can let them.
Okay, well, I think we
go home.
get their presentation. My issue, I filed this agenda item not knowing that there'd be a presentation tonight on it. So that's what I was hoping we'd do, is get an idea of when and how we were gonna proceed with this project. So
Okay,
I didn't have a separate agenda item,
okay,
I mean, separate one sheet, or
okay.
All right, good evening, council, and that's exactly what I'm going to present tonight is our proposed recommendations for moving forward with the water bond program. So my name is Greg Blackburn with K-Freeze and Associates. So I'm going to provide that update based on what we've been working on with the water CIP bond program. Agenda of what I'm going to run through tonight. First, I'm just going to give a brief recap of the water capital improvements plan that we worked on last year, what we did in that plan and what came from it. I'm going to discuss some of the packages that we are recommending based on the projects that are recommended in that plan and to move forward in design and construction. I'm going to talk about some steps forward and how we are recommending to execute this bond program. This is where I'm going to look for some council input based on priorities that y'all would have in terms of, we're going to talk about some costs and schedule and also some impacts to the community based on the construction of these packages. I'll talk about some recommendations for public updates, keeping the public informed of where we're at and what's going on with this bond program. I'll do a recap of our recommendations and open up for questions and discussion. So as a refresher on this, I'll call it a CIP. I worked on this last year and it was finalized in 2022. We modeled the city's water system. We took input from the city public works and also some complaints from residents based on issues in the water system. We used this information to develop a total of 20 projects for water system improvements. These projects were aimed at resolving issues such as low and high pressures that were either below our minimum pressure or above our maximum pressure. Some fire flow deficiencies, so we had a fire flow requirement set in that plan, and there are certain areas of town that were not meeting that, so we have some projects to resolve those issues. And also some maintenance operation issues that Public Works identified that make it difficult for them to maintain and operate the system. This report was approved by council in May of 2022 and led to the $5.3 million bond that was put to vote in November and passed. So we're very excited to help the city execute this program. Hold on, just 1 second. And that's it.
hey.
All right, there we go. And this is in your council packet, just make it easier for y'all to see. This is just the 20 projects we identified in that CIP. I'm not going to run over those all tonight, but mostly I want to highlight that we categorize these 20 projects as either a high or a low priority. Those priorities were approved by council last May. In total, there are 14 high priority projects and 6 low priority projects. In the map here, you can see in red are all of our projects. The solid lines are either new lines or replacement of smaller diameter lines, and the dashed lines are abandoning existing water lines. So as you can see, these projects are pretty widespread throughout the city.
In the blue are other existing that'll be left alone, or what?
Those are existing, yes, sir. So So the first thing that we did once this bond passed is look at these 20 projects and how do we package these to make them most efficient for design and construction. So we're proposing to split these 20 packages into a total of 5 bond packages. These packages were developed based on project priority, so we really want to focus on those high priority projects first. But you also notice as I go through these 5 packages that there are also some low priority projects that are grouped with some of the high priority projects, and these are mostly based on some factors such as geographic location. So if there's projects that are clustered in a certain area of town that made sense to keep that construction isolated in that part of town, we made an exception to include those. And also the estimated construction cost, and I'll get into this a little bit more, but we wanted to make sure that these bond packages were large enough that the city was getting the best value when these projects were put to bid and go to construction, and that we're getting the best contractors possible. All right, so I'll hit on these each of the packages. I'll give an overview of the scope, our estimated construction cost, and then a brief reason of why each of these packages were grouped and ordered as such. So package number 1 is a total of 5 fire flow improvements projects. 3 of them are on the high priority list and 2 are on the low priority. In total, it's 1,350 linear feet of new 8-inch diameter water mains with an estimated construction cost of $450,000. These are the cul-de-sac projects I know council has discussed in the past that was designed back in 2016. We have these projects as the first package because we have recently received the design plan or the design files for these projects, and it'll be much easier for us to turn these plans back around for bid, where the other projects have to get redesigned. So we have the design, we have the survey from before, so the city doesn't have to repay for any survey, and there's minimal design fees in order to get these bid ready.
So these were designed by the previous city engineer,
Yes, ma'am.
and so you guys will
Yes, ma'am.
assess all of that?
Yeah, so their design included installing 6-inch diameter lines. Our minimum in our plan was 8-inch, and 2 of the cul-de-sacs needed 8-inch to meet the fire flow. And so 8-inch is the minimum, like City of Austin, that's their minimum main size. So it's pretty standard minimum main size. So that's what we would do is we upgrade all 5 of these to an 8-inch. The cost impact is very minimal to get the additional capacity. Package number 2 is a total of 5 high priority projects in the northeast area of the city. These are some areas where we had some repeated water main breaks on the Vance and Vale lines for mains that were inadequately installed. We had some high pressure issues due to a broken pressure reducing valve at Hatley and Almerian that we were proposing to replace as part of this project. So this project, aside from replacing those problem mains, we're going to increase some system pressures that have, our model is showing pressures that are too low, and also fire flow improvements. In total, this is just over 550 linear feet of 8-inch diameter water mains and that repair or replacement of that pressure reducing valve at Hatley and Almerian. The estimated construction cost on this one is $1.75 million, so this is the biggest of the packages in terms of cost. And I mentioned those other 2 points, that these are generally located pretty close to one another in that northeast area of the city.
These were the ones that would have to be, they'd be moved, they're like they had to be moved to the street, or?
Correct. The new line would be installed in the street and that
Okay.
old line would be abandoned.
Okay.
And services would be reconnected to the new line. Proposed package number 3 is a total of 6 projects. 5 of these are high priority fire flow improvement projects. And then we have 1 low priority project to install a new pressure reducing valve to serve the southeast portion of the city, town center, which is along Bee Caves and Mopac, serving those commercial developments where our model is showing too high of pressures. So that pressure reducing valve will protect the city infrastructure. Those main, high pressure could lead to main breaks like it did on the Vance Vale line. The total scope of this project is 1,900 linear feet of 8-inch diameter water mains and that new PRV. Estimated construction cost of this package is $500,000. Just want to mention, these, as you can see, are not really geographically grouped. These were grouped together for cost efficiency's sake to get the best value for a bid package for the city. Package number 4 is a total of 3 projects up in the northwest corner along Park Hills and Laura Lane. It's 1 high priority and 2 low priority fire flow improvements projects. Total scope of 2,500 linear feet of 8-inch diameter water mains with an estimated construction cost of $950,000. These were grouped mostly because they were in that northwest corner of the city, very close to one another and or connecting, so it made a lot of sense for these to be grouped as one. And lastly is package 5. This is what I'll refer to as our abandonment package. This is largely Project O from the CIP plan. However, you'll notice that there were some backyard abandonment and private service relocations associated with projects D and J in the CIP. We're recommending to pull those abandonment out to make a comprehensive abandonment package, so that package is entirely about the abandonment and private service relocations. So this is a low priority project. It's a total of 12,850 linear feet of backyard waterline abandonment and approximately 48 private service relocations. So these are all houses that have their water meters in their backyard and connecting to a small diameter water line that runs between houses in the backyards. City staff has a lot of issues with this. They're having to go into private property, read meters. If there's a water main break, they're having to go on private property. They're not easily able to isolate these water mains, so more of the city's having to be shut out if there's a main break. So abandoning these lines and getting people reconnected to the street will make this is more of a maintenance and operation project. You'll notice I'm going to talk about cost and schedule. This one's $800,000 estimated construction cost. I'm going to talk about the cost and the schedule of all these packages, and you'll notice that this one is separated out from the other 4 packages when I'm talking about that, and it's mostly because the majority of this project is going to be work on private property. So we need to do extensive property owner coordination. We're going to need right of entry to get survey. We need to meet individually with each property owner and make sure they're okay with the service line the locations that we're proposing. We don't want to damage trees. We want to avoid driveways, pools, landscaping, any of that kind of stuff that people have on their property. So really want to make sure that we do that coordination well and that each property owner is happy and satisfied with what we're proposing. So you'll see that this one does have a longer duration for design and construction than the other packages, and that's why.
I have
Yes, ma'am.
do you think you would be using a separate contractor for this than the other installations, or the same contractor?
I'll get into that, but we're
Okay.
proposing this will be a separate package.
All right.
So, another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Since these are mostly relocation of service connections, have we started requiring new construction to relocate their meters to the front yards? We had talked about that as a requirement for the utility commission. Because I feel like some of these should be happening at the expense of the builder. And we may be able to get some of these done without us having to pay for them, because, and as the houses are coming down, we should be moving those connections to the front, and then you don't have to worry about going around and whatever, because they're taken care of when there's nothing there.
Let me look into it. I know at the time we had discussed it, I think there was maybe, one of the recent projects that hadn't done that, and I think that's kind of what brought this discussion up. But let me check what our I guess current status is on that, and if not, we'll bring
There's a
something.
whole lot of houses on Timberline right now that are
Right.
being
Sure.
built, and so that's all
Right.
right in the midst
Mayor
of
Pro
this.
Tem, may I be recognized?
Yes.
My recollection is we voted that through, and because they need a larger meter size typically, and they were going to be moved to the street, and I think we requested at that time too that they be the electronic meters as well.
Yes.
So
All of
I know
those
Ashley's
things.
going to look into all that, but that's my recollection of what occurred at that time. So
Okay. I would like for us to be doing that as we go, so that by the time we get to this project, a lot of it's done already.
Absolutely. And we did look at the plans that I believe they're the 2014 plans where the mains and the streets were done, and they did add quite a few service stub outs to the property line. So hopefully there's some minimal, we don't have to go and reconnect to that line or cut through the street. There should be stub outs that we can connect to.
Right.
Okay, so now I'm going to move into steps forward of how we are recommending to execute this bond package, and this is where I'm going to need some input from y'all in terms of priorities. So what we see as the drivers for this project mostly is minimizing costs. So we have a finite budget of $5.3 million to design and construct as many of these projects as we can, and our goal is to complete all 20 projects within that $5.3 million. So the first thing that we've looked at is ways to maximize the efficiency and to minimize the cost of these projects. So I'm going to break this up into two phases, both the design and the construction. On the design front, we are recommending that we perform the field work and the design on packages 1 through 4 at the same time, and that can start as early as this spring. By doing that, we feel like we'll get the best professional service fees. If we need to go and survey packages 2 through 4, we can have a surveyor go out there and survey all of those projects at once rather than having to pay remobilization for a surveyor to come out multiple times. Additionally, having those plans all done for packages 1 through 4 gives us a whole lot of flexibility once it's done in order to bid those projects out as the city sees fit. So rather than having to remobilize, survey, and design to get a package out to bid, all 4 of those packages will be ready to go, depending on how the city wants to execute the bid and construction phase. In terms of construction, we're recommending that we bid packages 1 through 4 all together as a single construction package. We're estimating this is about a $3.6 million construction cost. The main driver of that is just going to get the best price for the city. We've talked to contractors for the past couple weeks. I've asked them, their thoughts on packaging these projects, and the consistent theme was make it as big as possible. As y'all know, the construction industry, especially in this area right now, is very busy. Contractors have a lot of work to choose from. So the bigger we can make this package, the more contractors and the more competition we're going to get, and the more pipe that they can be putting on order, the better prices they're going to get, and that those cost savings will be passed down to the city. And then additionally, you'll see I'll talk about the schedule here in a minute, and I think the schedule takes a back seat a bit to the cost, but it is a bit faster of an overall bond schedule to get all 20 projects completed. So the downside to this is it's going to feel like there's a lot more construction activity happening throughout the city. So I think this is really where I would like some input based on, are the residents be okay with, I'll show you in a minute, it's about 12 months of construction to get those 19 projects installed in the ground and repaved. So the way that the contractors are going to want to do this work is they're going to want to start street by street. They're going to install the pipe. They're going to put down temporary paving, and then they're going to mobilize their paving equipment at the very end and pave all the projects at once. So there's going to be some temporary pavement down for the better part of 8-10 months in some locations. The contractors like to have materials stored throughout the city as they complete these projects. So it might seem like there's a lot more construction activity going on, and if that's a disruption that the city cannot live with, that's certainly understandable. But we are proposing it based on the best value in terms of cost.
We already have a lot of construction going on in the city. I don't think this is going to make much difference.
Okay.
So you would be doing all of the construction on those 4 projects at the simultaneously?
Yes, ma'am. And so they wouldn't be working on all of them at the same time, but it would be under one contract. So they would likely go street to street, install the pipe, get it tested in service, put temporary paving down, and move on through the 19 projects, and then come back in at the end and repave everything.
What exactly is temporary paving?
It's essentially just like the base material that they would bring up to the surface, and it's not the final, that smooth, it's called type D asphalt that they would put at the end.
And this would be construction starting at the end of October?
Yes, and that's all based on design starting this, I think I put it in there for February, so I just had to pick a date. So depending on when we got notice to proceed and starting to do the survey and the design, that's all based on whenever that date is decided on.
And based on the current construction trends, I'll bet you the prices are lower when it goes out to bid in September than it would be if it went out to bid next month. Right?
Yeah.
Everything's dying is what I'm seeing in development.
I actually spoke to one contractor that got word from a supplier that they expect prices to start increasing over the next month.
On materials.
On materials, correct. So depending, you know, I think that's one of the reasons we're proposing to do the design up front is we get to the fall and we can see what we think the market's like at that point. You know, if we feel comfortable putting those all out to bid, we think that we're going to get a good number of contractors bidding on it. If the city decides to hold off, those plans are ready to go at any time.
Okay, great, thanks. Do we want to discuss the issue that he raised about whether we want all that construction done at once or not?
Yeah, I have a couple more slides. We can come back at the end if that's okay.
Presentation first, so.
Yeah.
Thought that was it.
No, it's. So the next thing we talked about is optimizing schedule. So as I proposed, or we're proposing to do all of the design up front, and there's a detailed schedule in your packets. So this one might be a little hard to see. The design of package one, because we have those design files, should only take us less than a month to complete. The survey, and then we're also proposing to do some geotechnical investigations and environmental and archaeological surveys of these projects just to make sure we don't have any issues once we get to construction. And then the design of package 2 through 4 from survey through having bid ready plans is 6 months for all four, those 3 packages. Once those designs are done, we'll turn our focus to package 5 and the design there. But once those packages are designed, we'll start the bidding phase and putting packages 1 through 4 out to bid. It's about 3 months in order to advertise the bid, get contractors' bids, review the bids, get council approval, and then mobilize the contractor. So from that point on, there's 3 months of kind of a dead period, and then the contract will start and they'd be on site installing pipe for about 12 months. And then following that, we could start bidding package 5 as well. Doing it this way is a total bond program of 37 months from the start of design through the end of completion of all 20 projects. Gave you another option in here, which is the other extreme, in which we bid each of these packages completely separate of one another, just 1 through 5. The advantage here is that package 1 would be able to get started in construction while packages 2 through 4 are being designed, and those would wrap, the construction of package 1 and the design of packages 2 through 4 would wrap up about the same time. And then we would bid package 2, let that construction complete, then 3, 4, and 5. That does add about 7 months or so to what we're proposing in terms of a schedule, just because we do have that bid and mobilization for each of the contractors. There is some ability to overlap those, but this is just we want to show what the other extreme would be of doing them in sequential order.
So how would it work if you did package 1 first, and then 2 through 4, and then 5 at the end?
We could certainly do that.
Since 1 is
Yeah.
almost ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. The only downside to that is that $450,000 is a relatively small construction amount, so the city wouldn't be getting the best value for that. It's only about 1,300 feet of pipe, so it'd be smaller contractors likely bidding on it. The price would be quite a bit higher per linear foot for that. So if we can hold off until the fall, we're going to get a better value packaging all those together.
And we could defer issuing bonds too and issue them all at once later.
Okay.
So that's the how we're proposing to execute it in terms of cost and schedule. Next thing I want to talk about are recommendations for keeping the public informed of the bond program. So one recommendation we have is to have a landing page on the city website specific for the CIP bond program, where we can put our project map, our project summary sheets, and schedule updates, so the residents are informed of what projects are happening, why, and what the schedule is, when to expect design, bid, construction, and we can provide whatever updates we have through that. A meet the contractor public meeting is something we have done in the past, and we would recommend, or we could certainly do especially if we're going to do packages 1 through 4 as one design package. Once a contractor is selected, we could hold a public meeting where we have their project manager and superintendent, the people are going to be managing the project and being in the field, come to that meeting and meet residents, hear the concerns that the residents might have in terms of the construction, hear how the contractor is proposing to do the work, and really just start building a solid relationship between the contractor and the community before they get out there and start installing the projects. And then the last thing in terms of public updates is construction notification. So we would recommend before we start construction on the street that we give residents on that street notification ahead of time, whether that's door hangers, we put out something in the utility bills or a separate flyer, or just when to expect construction activity to start, what to expect in terms of traffic disruption, dust, contractor activity, numbers to call, whether it's us or the city or the contractor, just giving them a heads up of what's about to come down their street.
And you think it'll take a year to finish?
Yes, sir.
Construction, okay.
Just a recap of our recommendations is to complete the fieldwork and design on packages 1 through 4 at the same time early on in the bond program to get all those designs completed, and then bidding those packages 1 through 4 as a single construction package to get better pricing, knowing that it's going to seem like there's more construction activity throughout the city if that's something we can live with to get those better costs. And with that, I'll open up to any other questions or discussion.
Were you all gonna give us pricing on design services proposal, or did I misunderstand that? Has that already been?
I'm guessing it's all included in that number. Is that right?
The construction numbers?
Yeah, or is that separate? or
That's
what?
separate.
Okay.
This is just the actual construction cost estimate.
Okay.
Cause we can't, are y'all, is anyone expecting us to approve the request for design services tonight? No? Okay, so you're.
Yeah, we have not prepared one.
You haven't prepared a proposal for
No, sir.
design services? Are you gonna have one for next? I understand. It just showed, I see, but it shows starting design in February, so I assume you wanted our next council meeting to.
I picked a date just to have a starting place. So
And I
we
think those are the costs that get reimbursed that we voted
The
on.
design services.
Yeah, that we have approved to be reimbursed to the
Right.
city from the bonds.
But we
when
don't
they're
have a
sold.
bid
Yeah.
or a contract
We
yet
don't have a
for-
bid or a contract,
Okay,
but that sounds
got
good.
it. And on that, are we gonna get a bid and a contract proposal next meeting?
I could have one ready for next meeting. Yes, sir.
We'll get it soon, ahead of the meeting, so we can kind of.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks.
And I think the packages seem to make sense too. My only comment is whether, if this starts in October, for the construction on package 2, that is a lot of work to be happening over the holidays. That's the one where it's Olive Vale and Vance and half of Pickwick, and that's a lot of street to be torn up. People want to have family in and holidays and all that, but we can figure that out. The other parts,
It's gonna take a year.
it's gonna take a year. Yeah, it's gonna be there
It's gonna be torn
sometime.
up over the holidays somewhere, so.
Okay,
How much?
yes.
It might deter some of the Trail of Lights traffic.
We're not getting any of that.
Yeah, I have one other question. Like, how much material are we gonna need to store? Like, when they make an order, are they gonna order all the pipe at once? And it's
Yeah.
all gonna be delivered, basically, and we gotta find a place to...
Typically, yeah,
Park
it's
it?
about, I think in total it's just over 10,000 linear feet of pipe. They would order all at once because they're going to get the best value that way. And we typically leave it up to the contractor to find their own staging. We call them staging and storage areas to put all the materials. A lot of times it's easier for them to work with either the city or a property owner nearby to find a vacant lot or somewhere to
Okay.
store it. So
Yeah.
we could certainly stipulate that in the contract. If the city has a place that they can store it, I think we have some options there as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We don't have any vacant lots.
Yeah.
I didn't think so.
Tear a house down.
Well, they've used that before, but.
Mhm.
Okay,
So, discussion, we've had discussion,
well, I was gonna,
go ahead, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
yes. This was Brooke's agenda item.
Oh.
Did you have, well, Brooke or staff, did you have anything else that you wanted covered under
That's
this
it.
item?
Thanks, looks really good, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, Tom Farrell behind you.
Okay.
I believe they're looking for direction. aren't
Yeah,
they?
we're gonna have to discuss
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead. Tom Farrell, 3223 Parklands Drive. Good report. I thought it was a great job. Three things I would recommend. One is we, previous life water business, don't ever abandon a line because we use them as conduits for fiber optic. And you don't have to dig up your intersections if you have those there. So you keep those. And you make sure you keep the rights to them as we go through it. We actually have used that in Rollingwood a couple of times to not have to tear up streets over the years. So that's a good thing to always do. Two, there is going to be a tremendous amount of dust that comes up. If you look at the proposed drought that we have, I didn't propose it, but it's there. You may want to, as we do that section over there off of Riley, one consideration would be to close Riley because the amount of traffic cut-through traffic that comes through there is going to create a lot more dust that comes through. And in that regard, whatever we do with these streets to the traffic, we should probably coordinate with the city of Austin, at least let them know what we're doing on that. And then the third thing is the paving part of this is incredibly important because from experience, if you once we repave that, you're going to have some people that say, now I've got a puddle in front of my house that I used to not have, or I have water running into my lot that I used to not have. So I'm not sure how we would go about addressing that, but a survey of what we had might be the appropriate response on that, or maybe an opportunity to fix some of the little areas we had on that that we've had a problem with. But the paving part of that shouldn't be an afterthought. It should be a fairly important part as we go through on that to plan in advance.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, any other questions for Greg?
Thank you.
All right, we need a motion to request a proposal.
You can make.
I can also ask if somebody else would like to make one.
I think,
I think they'll give us one. No, go ahead.
I move we approve the, are we approving the presentation or that we consider, I don't think we're ready to approve the schedule. I don't think we're.
Well, they're looking
Well,
for direction.
We
My
just,
packages.
we just need to know whether or not we're ready to have them prepare a proposal for us to consider for services, for design services.
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I move that we have K-Freeze prepare a proposal for design services, and if you can, bring it to the council for the next council meeting,
For bid packages
according to the packages
For-
in the presentation,
1 through 4.
1 through 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I was under the impression they're looking for direction as to whether we want to group things or do
It's in the
one.
motion. She said 1 through 4.
Well, I was looking for clarity. I mean, she's directing that we do 1 through 4 as one group. Okay.
We can make a decision on the construction at a later date. This is more for the design of getting started on the design of packages 1 through 4 now, and then we can decide on whether we want to bid those out together in the fall.
Okay, very good.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 4-0.
5. Didn't you vote?
Oh, okay, I get to count me too. 5-0. All right, we will go back to agenda item number 10. Discussion and possible action on execution of the bond advisory panel for Proposition B. Do we need to postpone this item?
I will make a recommendation here. I move that I be removed from the bond advisory panel for Proposition B, and that another woman on the council, or barring that, a man from the council be appointed to fill that spot.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Do we want to determine which gender we're going with at this time?
Our person, preferably.
We don't have anything else to discuss on this other than, so I don't know what all Gavin intended for us to cover on this item.
Well,
So
we can
I
remove
think
one issue. We can
we can-
remove one issue.
We can remove, and then we can address who we put in place if we need to, when we bring this back
Fine.
next month.
Well, I would say, I do think we can, I would recommend that there be someone from the council on that committee. I do think it's important that there be someone from the council on that committee. Because it's gonna involve the whole community, and I do think it's important. As I recall, that's what I said at the time I made that, and I think Mr. Glassine recommended me. I didn't recommend myself. But I do think it's important, so my motion would be that we replace me on the council with some other council member.
To be determined.
So the mayor is currently on that advisory panel, yes? No? So he was not gonna be on there?
I believe he was
It was
on
just-
it, but I
I don't
also,
think he was.
I'm sorry?
I don't think he was. I think he was just
Okay,
helping
Yeah.
coordinate it.
all right.
It was just three.
Okay.
Ms. Patellos that thinks she has something to add.
Duke
Robin.
Okay. Amy?
I really hadn't planned on commenting on this, but I'll just say, if you'll give me leave for a moment, that I was just appointed by Travis County to their Citizen Bond Advisory Board this past week. There's 15 members representing Travis County that are gonna look at projects for their bond. And that's an advisory type of a board. And so just thought I would offer that that's something where it's only citizens serving on it, that are doing information gathering in it, both with the staff and with the public. I'm really looking forward to it. And so, not that it needs to control how Rollingwood does it, but just thought I'd offer that that's just an example to look at of maybe how bond advisor groups are set up in other spaces, that this is one that's all citizens. So if you were to consider just having citizens on it, perhaps one way to notate that it is listed as a bond advisory panel, but perhaps you could designate that it's a citizen bond advisory panel, just so that people understand that difference.
Thank you.
May it be recognized for comment.
Yes.
I agree with Ms. Brown's suggestion that somebody from council be on this committee. We've got other committee to talk about a little bit later, which is the residential code revision committee that I'm proposing. It's a later agenda item. And on that one, I've suggested on the message board, I don't know if you saw it, for both you and Ms. Brown to be on the residential code advisory committee because of your experience and leadership on residential code issues, and I think y'all would be invaluable on that. Given that, I don't want to overload you guys too much, but if you want to be on the architectural committee as well for the city hall, I would be happy to defer to you to that. I think that Ms. Brown's point of having women participate is a good point, and that's one of the reasons I suggested Alec Robinette when it came up before. Not only because she brings that perspective, but because she's an incredibly accomplished and talented architect.
Exactly.
But anyway, that's what my comment is, and just wanted to lay that out there and get your feedback, because we're all asking you to do a lot.
I feel like that may be too much to do both of them, along with regular council things and a full-time job and,
And a granddaughter.
yes, all those things. So I would probably prefer not to be on this bond advisory council.
I would say I also have a lot of confidence in the people that are on that committee already. So I could be okay with us not having somebody on it, but maybe somebody wants to go and participate when they have their meetings or listen. I'm sure they'd be welcome to.
As I recall, excuse me, I think it's,
Keep going with.
it's Alex Robinette, Duke,
Jordan
I'm sorry,
Scott. Jordan Scott.
Jordan Scott.
Mm-hmm. And there's one more. Kevin Shell. That's a good committee.
Okay. I'll let y'all handle it. I'll withdraw my motion.
I'd be willing
All
to
of your
jump in on
motions?
it.
The
Phil's gonna
suggestion.
jump in.
What I was saying, my motion was that I withdraw, my sitting on that committee, but that we have a council member on the committee. But I guess we can.
I'm willing to do it.
Okay, then I think we have Phil on it. I think we have Phil take my seat.
And is that the way that you would prefer to resolve this? The conflict, with the mayor that we saw tonight, between you and the mayor is kind of what's led to this issue. Is that how
I'm
you?
withdrawing from it.
And
It's,
is
not- it
that-
won't be, I won't be the one on there.
And is that because that's what you want to do, or do you want to resolve that conflict some
I-
other way?
I
I just don't
think-
want you to be a martyr about it, that's all.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'll just say
would agree.
that I will withdraw. I think the committee will work better,
Okay,
given the concerns expressed this evening.
okay,
But I do think it's important to have a council member on it.
okay. Well, then I would, was it amend your motion to accept you withdrawing and replace you with Phil McDuffie on the committee? Is that a proper motion? Ms. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sounds,
So
You need
was
me to-
Brooks'
I think
motion
we did two
seconded?
different motions.
I don't know if it was seconded yet. Okay. Okay.
And I'm proposing.
Which
an
version
amendment
of the
to that.
motion?
I can't hear, I'm sorry.
Withdraw.
You just,
So was the
figure it out.
motion to withdraw and replace with somebody seconded?
Yes, by Phil,
Okay,
but there was no one specific person that it was by another woman or man from the council.
And I proposed an amendment that it be Phil.
okay.
Second.
And is that seconded?
Oh, I
Okay.
can't second it.
second.
Okay. All in favor on the motion, on the amendment?
Aye.
Okay. Now back to the original motion as amended. Is there any additional discussion?
None.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we are then on item number 12, discussion possible action to approve Western Hills Little League request for permission to make improvements to the dirt and sod at Hadley Field number 1. And this is
My motion.
Kevin's.
Yes, so, Phil and I have been working with Western Hill Little League and, going out and looking at the fields, talking about what's wrong with them, what needs to be done to fix them. And, we've listened to their proposal, traded ideas back and forth. Some of this is in response to, them and us moving on and away from artificial turf, so that then we move on to, if we're not gonna do artificial turf, what can we do to make these fields better? And we, both Phil and I are gonna continue to work on what we can do throughout the year to make all the fields better. But for now, the first thing that Western Hills Little League wants to do is for us to approve their proposal to replace the dirt on field number 1, Hatley Field number 1, and they want to do that immediately, like starting tomorrow, which is $14,000 worth of work, so that they can be ready for Little League tryouts, which are coming up on February 4th and 5th, and they would do the that's just the dirt work on the baselines and such, and then and that's a fairly complicated process because apparently that dirt gets kicked up onto the sod and it creates a berm along the baselines, and they need to go in and cut that down, which is something they said needs to be done about every 5 years. And then they are talking about replacing the sod on the infield only, which they wouldn't do now until the summer because it's too close to the season to play to start putting down sod and try to get it established. So they're concerned about that, and it's not the good warm growing season to do that. I'll tell you that Mr. McDuffie and I are also looking at the entire contract issues between the city and Western Hills Little League, the lease of the fields, and what the mutual obligations are of the parties. And I'll tell you that it's not entirely clear what those mutual obligations are or whether they've been satisfied, but that we are working with Western Hills Little League to work through those issues and study those issues and discuss what agreements we can come to about mutual obligations and whether they've been fulfilled for capital improvements, maintenance, etc. And if necessary, even propose some amendments to those leases if necessary, which may or may not be necessary. That's kind of a longer, slower process, as is the process of figuring out what else we can do to improve all the fields, which we're looking at, soil amendments, sod replacement, reseeding, that sort of thing. But that takes time to develop those plans, and we're working on it. But meanwhile, these guys are anxious to get this contract approved. I strongly recommend that we approve it. They've shown a lot of good faith in working with us to try to come up with solutions that make the fields better other than their first choice, which was artificial turf. And they've done it with goodwill and in good faith, and this is what they've come up with. And I would like to see us respond in kind by approving this request, and then let us Mr. McDuffie and I continue working with them throughout the year to see what else we can accomplish. So that's my motion.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Thank you for all your good work with the Western Hills Little League on this,
It's
and Phil's.
him as much as me,
Okay.
for sure. More, he's out there. a
Thank
lot.
you both for all your good work on this.
Councilmember Glashing, could you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is that we approve the request of Western Hills Little League to start, to make capital expenditures for $14,000 worth of dirt work on Hatley Field number 1, and approve their request to do sod replacement in the summer on Hatley Field number 1. And the dirt work is $14,000, and the sod replacement is $8,000 is the bid price. And we'd like to approve their expenditure and their ability to start doing that work immediately.
Second.
So my only concern with that is that putting grass down in the summertime, at the hottest part of the year, I don't know that there's a good time to do it when they're playing ball on it in the spring, so clearly that's not the time to do it, but
I think it's gonna be September or October is what I would guess, and we're also gonna try to have a plan to improve all the fields at that point, whether it's more sod or a winter seeding program or, soil amendment programs. There's a lot of work to be done on those fields.
And this is mainly just the infield, and I believe they're gonna use KLM to manage that infield area, so it will be incumbent on them to
It'll be
Okay.
warranted.
keep all that, because they're the ones that are gonna install it, and they're the ones that are gonna maintain it. One vendor doing all of that.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Well, if, just the infield, that's not that much surface area. I'm just
Exactly.
thinking about the amount of water that is necessary
Yeah.
if you are putting in new grass
Well, so
in
far,
the heat of the summer, so.
so far our records show that we use no water to water the fields, so that
That's
shouldn't be a
because we
problem.
haven't been reading the meters.
Well,
So-
we're studying that, and we've got new maintenance department and new administration who is now on top of that. And
Yes.
it's our intention to study water usage on the fields throughout the growing season, and then revisit the idea of drilling a well at the end of the growing season once we have water usage data. And it'll actually be helpful to have some new sod down there that's getting watered, and that we're on a regular, I'm confident working with city staff that we are now on a regular maintenance and watering program.
Yeah.
And that where we'll have good data, and we'll just have to see if we're using too much water for some reason, we can discuss it, but right now, nobody knows.
We need to figure out a way to capture some water. I think at one point they had proposed putting, rainwater collection tank on the field house.
Yeah, and
That
that
I
was
think
proposed as a
never
potential
happened.
Eagle Scout project.
That's kind of pricey for an
Heard.
Eagle Scout project.
Well.
Um,
Anyway,
There's gonna be a lot of potential capital expenditures on improving the fields and bringing them up to standards, and I don't know what those are yet. We wanna take it one step at a time, where we go in and study the whole thing, come up with some proposals, work with Parks Commission on that, figure out pricing, and then look at where the money might come from, because we might get donors, we might get RCDC money, we might get more money from Western Hills Little League. But right now, we don't even have a plan or pricing, and that's what we're trying to do, is start with the plan, then get pricing, then look at funding. But, take a comprehensive approach to restoring these fields, because they're in, as we all know, they could use a little love and attention.
all right. Any further discussion? Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank y'all. Little League thanks you.
yeah.
On to agenda item number 13. Discuss and possible action on an ordinance authorizing city council to have joint meetings with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
That's also mine, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
And the reason I made that motion was, or requested that agenda item, was because Mr. Zek informed us that we do have the right to have joint meetings with P and Z, but only if we pass an ordinance authorizing that, which wasn't on the agenda last time, so we're asking it to be put on the agenda now, or asked it to be put on the agenda now, so we could authorize that, so that in the future, if we ever wanted to have a joint meeting, we could. Not contemplating one yet, but we might want to do that sometime. And we did it once before.
We have done it more than once before.
Wasn't
So-
allowed.
Oh, okay.
I'm in
Tom,
favor.
To be clear, you're free to have joint meetings with city council, but the only way you can avoid having the two public hearings is if you have an ordinance where you agree to have the public hearings together. So that's the difference.
so it's the hearings that's the issue, not having the meeting.
Exactly,
Okay,
yes.
sorry, I
Okay.
misspoke. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
That's what I
So-
meant. Motion for joint hearings.
Is the agenda item, well, we don't have a,
No, you don't.
Ordinance.
No, we don't have an ordinance. My understanding was this to give direction to me to draft an ordinance to bring back at the next meeting.
Correct.
Yes.
okay,
We want such an ordinance.
all right. Tom,
Tom Farrell, 3223 Park Hills. I think it'd be a great idea for the council to meet with P and Z and then incorporate item 14 into that meeting, so that it would be a joint decision of the P and Z and the city council to form a citizen review committee for the task force for the review of the residential deals. I really believe that that should be done by P and Z. But if P and Z, for any reason, wants to expand it, I think that should be done with the council and P and Z together as they do that. It'd be a great opportunity to do it and to kind of get everybody on board as we went forward with that. So, and I know I violated Robert's Rules of Order by bringing up 14. And as always, I apologize for violating the rules. I was going to ask permission, but.
Ask forgiveness
As my
instead.
mother
huh?
always said, my father always said anyway.
Okay. We have not called up item 14, and I think that if what we are talking about is just the ability to have a joint hearing,
Joint public hearing, yes, ma'am.
a public hearing is not required for us to establish a code review task force,
No.
right? So, we do not have to have the ordinance before we can
Deal with 14.
have a joint meeting for number 14. So, is there a motion on item 13?
Motion to ask council, our legal counsel to draft an ordinance allowing us to have joint public hearings with P and Z in the future, should we choose to do so.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, up to item number 14, discussion and, are we good? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Discussion and possible action on a residential zoning and building code review task force, including but not limited to the scope of issues to be considered by such a task force, the process for appointing members to such a task force, possible appointments to the task force, the schedule for such task force. And this is Kevin's also.
My motion also, and, I've had the benefit of, you get the privilege in the Open Meetings Act to work with one other council member on things, and so I've had the privilege of spending a lot of time talking to Phil McDuffie about these issues and brainstorming with him. And unfortunately, have not had the opportunity to talk to the rest of council about it. I wish we could. I tried to put something on the agenda or on the message board. I did put something on the message board. Was that today?
Today.
Okay, I was in Lubbock today, so it seems like a long time ago and far away. Anyway, I don't know if y'all got to see that, but, I will tell you that, and to a small extent, I'll speak for both of us, and you can jump in and correct me if I get it wrong, but, one of the feedback we gotten on the commercial committee was that it was too big, it took too long, and that a lot of people who were on it didn't actually participate or do anything, and it's not a lot, but some. So, and the work fell on a few people. But also, some of the feedback was that it was a really good process of getting community input, and there was a good way to build consensus on what needed to be done. When I got elected, I came in here with some urgency, and in my emails to constituents, I said I had some urgency on getting some things fixed with this residential code. And some of that just is based, it's not a personal, somebody asked me, it's like, well, are you mad about the house across the street or something? It's like, no, this is not a personal issue to me. It's what I heard from the voters. And when I campaigned and what I got elected for, and I heard from voters a lot about it in response to my constituent email that I sent out. A lot of support for some things to be fixed on residential code. I didn't learn, unfortunately, until I was on council that Councilwoman Brown and Hudson had already done a lot of good work on the setback issue, on the building height issue, which I'm very proud of the work they've done on that and very pleased for their leadership in bringing those issues forward. I also got a lot of feedback from some parts of the community who said that slow down, you're going to get a better result if you go slower and get more community input, and that we need a more comprehensive approach to reforming the residential building code and planning and zoning to the extent it affects residential building. And I listened to that, and, you know, I think they're right. I changed my thinking somewhat on that. I had lots of conversations with different people in the community on that. And I think that is a better approach. I do think that these two issues that are in front of P&Z now on building height and the setbacks, particularly setbacks, is ready to come council, and P&Z needs to send it to council, and hopefully will send it to council on their next meeting, so that council can take some action on that. I think that that's a good change, and I would also like to see building heights sent to council so that we could put a Band-Aid on that issue, at least until such time as a comprehensive review, which I think, you know, Mr. Bench, I appreciate your suggestions on building height being part of a comprehensive review, and I thought you had a lot of really good, thoughtful ideas in there, and helped, you know, illustrate how some of these things all work together. And I think that that's right, that those all things all need to be considered during a comprehensive review, but I would like to see height addressed temporarily as well. So, I mean, that might be a compromise that we make. But as far as the committee itself goes, you know, I know in the past there's been committees where everyone on council appoints like 2 people, and certainly I'm open to discussion on how we do that, and especially, you know, interested in what Councilwoman Hudson and Brown have to say about it, because you guys do have the institutional knowledge and have had the leadership on these issues, and I'm new, and so I don't want to just be a bull in a china shop about it. But, you know, I got elected with the naive urgency that newly elected council members have, that we need to do something about these things. And so, coming from also a background that is where I've led organizations, I'd like to get things done. And it has occurred to me as I've been on council that maybe not everybody wants government to operate the same way, and that's fine. I understand that. And so I'm willing to try to adjust my thinking and my approach. And I have talked to a number of people, as has Mr. McDuffie, about who might be willing and able to serve on such a committee, and we did suggest that Mr. Tom Farrell be the chair of the committee, since he ably served as the chair of the commercial committee, and we thought he'd do a great job. And we do think it's important that people from P&Z be involved, and I proposed that Mr. Bench and Mr. Tony Stein be on the committee from P&Z, and also proposed, to round it out, Duke Garwood, John Hinton, Ryan Clinton, who's a very smart appellate lawyer and who's got a lot of interest in the issues, and Alec Robinette to be on the committee. And I've spoken to all of those people about serving, or Phil has. Ryan Clinton says he's thinking about it, as is Tony Stein. But Duke Garwood I spoke to, and he said he would be willing to. John Hinton said he'd be willing to. Mr. Farrell, my understanding is that would be willing to, and Mr. Bench did send me an email asking to be on the committee, and so I know he's willing to. And I do think that it would be very helpful and important for Brooke Brown and Sarah Hudson to be on the committee, if they'd be willing to do it, even if it was to tag team their presence, because I know you're both very, very busy, but to have somebody there to participate, you could cover for one another, I think would be very, very helpful. So that's just discussion. I'm not ready to put it in form of a motion yet, unless y'all want one, and if we can proceed more informally in this matter, I'd like to hear other council members' thoughts on it. But if we need to proceed more formally, I'll make that as a motion that we create such a task force. On timeline, you know, there's been some speculation in the community that we're trying to just cram things through quickly. I will say that if it was just up to me, yeah, I'd probably do things really quickly, because that's how I do things. But I understand that this should be a more deliberative process. We don't think there should be any deadline on it, that it shouldn't be a hurry. We think it would take 6 months at least, and it might take longer. We don't want to rush it ahead of any elections. We don't think this needs, I don't think Phil thinks this needs to come to council for action for until, you know, maybe 10 or 11 or 12 months from now. Maybe at this time next year we have something ready to actually vote on as amendments. And that's a little quicker than the 18 months the Commercial Code Review Committee took, but I think it's plenty of time, and where we don't get accused of rushing, and where we can have multiple public meetings and do some surveys of the residents to see how they feel on some of these issues. And this would be comprehensive, would include impervious cover, which is a very complicated issue and includes a lot of other things like, you know, gravel and artificial turf in yards, and whether swimming pools count, and whether you want to go with a design build envelope or a building to lot ratio instead of impervious cover to control some of these issues, or setbacks, or as you said, you know, the real problem is buildings looming over their neighbors and being out of place in the lot, overwhelming the lot of the neighbors. So, you know, there's time to study what the problem is and what the solutions are, but my motion would be that we create such a committee with the members that I proposed, if we need a motion at this time. But I'm very interested in hearing what everyone else's thoughts are, especially Ms. Hudson, Ms. Brown.
I like the idea of the committee, and I like the notion that we get it. I think what my recommendation would be to put your ideas as you've outlined them today on paper, and ask for comment from, ask the Planning and Zoning Committee to put it on their agenda and ask for their comment, and then bring it back to council.
That's a great idea.
That's what I would recommend. And I think that there'll be some synergy, because we will hopefully by then be talking about the commercial zoning changes, and the community will be engaged in, they'll hear more about that and hear more about this and hear what the interim Band-Aid might be. And I think all of that will help to engage everyone and get good feedback.
I think it's a great idea. I will tell you, I did watch the last planning and zoning meeting carefully, and did spend a good time on the phone with Tony Steiner. I appreciate his listening. And I think Tony and anyone else who looks at this list will tell you, this is not a stacked committee with one point of view. This is a very broad bunch of perspectives on it. But I like your suggestion of
Yeah,
seeing
and
what
I've
people
even
say.
seen, I've had some communication from other, very thoughtful communication about the height issue from other sources, and how to do some interim fixes that will help quite a bit.
Okay.
So, and I'll get that, I can't articulate them today,
Okay.
but I will.
Well, that is something that I personally keep pushing for, is I think the two immediate issues that seem to be, that I'm hearing a lot from our constituents about, are setback issues, you know, the cantilevering issues that you've identified being among those, and then height, and then as a third issue that we haven't even begun to address, foundations that seem out of character. And I don't know, that may be a whole, I see a lot of cities deal with that, you know, if your foundation is more than X number of feet, then you have to have greenery or some other things to try to make that more appealing than the foundation. But I think just having those two issues addressed, of having planning and zoning come back with something, and I think when I watched the meeting with planning and zoning, I thought what Brooke proposed was very clear, very hard to misinterpret, and made a lot of sense. And I was, I wish that had been voted on and moved forward, because I think that having those boundaries temporarily put in place allows the community time to let a committee take their time doing a comprehensive study, and not worry that something egregious is going to happen to one of our neighbors in the meantime.
I would agree with that too. We don't want to, it won't, if all the horses are out of the barn,
Right,
then all you can do is shut the door.
right. So, and whatever, I did hear that apparently maybe planning and zoning was worried that city council was going to go rogue and just do whatever we wanted to if they voted anything for it. I think we've made it very clear. Brooke wrote up a proposal of what she was proposing. We've made it very clear that, what we're intending, what we're thinking about, and language to address that. And we've been transparent on that. We've put things out on the community message board, but also, Brooke drafting that initial language. Planning and zoning could vote something forward with the stipulation that we not alter the language. We get to vote this up or down, something like that. They can't do that. But
And that, I didn't stipulate that. I said these are reasonable with the side, the projections issue. That I thought that was reasonable, proposals, but I couldn't, as a council member, commit to anything
Right.
because we were gonna have our own public hearing on that issue, so it would, I needed to do my job.
right.
I mean, they can recommend that, we not take action outside of a comprehensive review, but, the debate is if we're gonna have a temporary solution, then, the problem is we've also got people pushing us from the other perspective that want a
Exactly.
moratorium. I've gotten a lot of
Exactly.
support for a moratorium until we get these things done. And I think even when you mentioned, Mr. Bench, the Aspen ordinance, you mentioned that that whole review process was at the end of about an 8-month moratorium that was put in place just for that reason in that community.
I think it was over a year.
Yeah, it was a long moratorium, and a lot of people have pushed us for moratoriums. But I think if we could put a Band-Aid on those issues, get something out of P and Z where we don't get the perception that, P and Z's trying to like drag it out or slow roll us on that, let us get a Band-Aid on that. And then let's take our time. Let's take a year to do a comprehensive review and revisit those issues in the committee and see if we need to change change the Band-Aid and make a better, more permanent solution.
Dave
Okay.
Bench, 1 Randolph Place. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One, just to visit back to what I'd earlier said. It was to P&Z's amazement that virtually everybody who showed up at the 2 meetings that we had that addressed some of this, everyone was in favor of go slow or nothing. We did not get one comment that said, yeah, go ahead and do something. We got none of that. And it kind of surprised us and maybe scared us a little bit because we thought, well, maybe it's not broke. Maybe it's not broke enough, for us to do too much about. But that really kind of pushed us into the thinking that we really needed a comprehensive plan. We needed a task force to get together and try to draw from. Now, we have now that we've got a new card out that is, to promote our next meeting. It's a little more specific on the kinds of things that we're discussing. We're very hopeful that we're going to get more feedback from the public. That's that meeting's on the 1st, I think, of February. So we think that we did not get the response that we were looking for because people didn't know they were supposed to respond. They didn't know. And now we've got a card out there that's a little more specific. We think we're going to get something. If we don't, I think we need to talk some more. If we don't get more back this time, we need to have some more discussion. The other thing about Aspen, I talked to the planning guy up there, and yes, they did that. They did have the moratorium, and they had lawsuits too. As I said, it gets kind of dangerous whenever you've got land values that are very high and you've got a hilly situation. People do not want to wait. They've got a lot of money invested in these things. So they are still working through these lawsuits, trying to figure out where they're going to go with this stuff. That fellow, I got the impression, said that was probably a mistake. They probably didn't want to do that. Now, what they have done, and I wrote you all a letter about this particular thing, is that they put limits on the number of demolition permits that would be issued. And what they had done in 2021 is allowed for 6 demolition permits. They had something like 100 applications for them. Okay? But what they did was they narrowed it down to what 12 would really be needed, so that they have now granted demolition permits for 2022 and 2023. So they've got 12 working permits right this minute. They're going slow on it. And these things come up in city council meetings so my 3 minutes is finished.
3
Thank
minutes
you.
is up, and we're kind of off the agenda item
we
here,
are.
so.
I just wanted to, okay, I'm fine.
Good to hear.
If I might comment briefly, I know we want to get out of here, but I'm going to print them for you and give them to you for P&Z, but I've got at least 15 emails, maybe 20, that are very strongly in favor of doing something about all these things.
Could you share them?
I'm going to.
Would you, please?
Yes, absolutely.
That'd be great.
I'm putting them on a spreadsheet. I say I. Phil and I have been putting him on a spreadsheet. I get his help. And we did some, but I've got to go in and get the rest of them on the spreadsheet. We'll get them to you. And then one comment about lawsuits is that personally, I am really tired of people threatening lawsuits to get their way. And that, to me, people that want to threaten lawsuits, number one, that disqualifies them from discretionary consideration for a lot of things, and that it doesn't come without a price, and that it costs $270 to file a lawsuit roughly. Anybody can file when they want to, and if they want to have a knife fight and solve all their problems with the city that way, they can. The city has immunity on most issues. I'm not afraid of lawsuits, and if somebody wants to threaten lawsuits, all that does is makes me mad and wants me to say, okay, we'll fight the lawsuit and see who can go broke first. So that's just my attitude about lawsuits, just to be clear, because it's come up many times tonight. Now, if we're wrong, we're not going to be in litigation. But if we're right, if we're wrong, we're going to change our position, is what I'll vote for. But if we're right, and we're not going to get bullied. That's my point I'm trying to make about that.
And I've heard, just so I don't want to make sure, I've been debating when to say anything that hasn't come up at a specific agenda item, but so everybody knows, to give some ammunition, or not ammunition, that's probably not the right word, to give knowledge to you for purposes of addressing folks who are requesting a moratorium. There are very specific findings that you have to find in order to place a moratorium on residential development underneath Chapter 212 of the Local Government Code. And it essentially requires either a finding that you're about to run short on public facilities to serve the residential development that you have, or that you actually lack the public facilities to serve. So it's a pretty high bar. Lots of public hearings are necessary. Very specific findings are required with respect to that, and so just FYI.
Okay. That's moratoriums is not on the agenda.
Well, I know, I recognize that, but it is come
I
up
know.
multiple times, and I feel like
I understand.
I feel like they need to moratoriums are okay. You can do them. There's just a process you have to follow.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not an argument. I just think y'all need to know that there's a process
No more
out
discussion
there.
about moratorium. It's not on the agenda.
Right.
So, what is on the agenda is discussion and possible action on a residential zoning and building code review task force. And Brooke had a suggestion
Yes.
that was not presented as a motion
And I didn't
officially.
intend to present it as a motion.
Would you like to present it as a motion? We can take action if you want to send it to P&Z and have them provide input on the,
I don't think we need a motion for that.
And I have a question about that too.
But that did bring up another question.
I have a question.
You know, it seemed, what my suggestion was that Kevin put his ideas on paper, Kevin and Phil put the ideas on paper, and then ask P&Z for their input, and then bring the paper plus the input back to the council.
Well, And I will say in response that I have done that to a certain degree in that I did post it today, which is a little late, on the message board, and did have a very long conversation with Tony Stein about it. And I did see that he raised his hand earlier, but it's not up now. So I don't know if he still wants to comment on it. And maybe Mr. Bench can tell us whether he feels like that my suggestion that we create the committee as populated with the membership I've proposed, whether he thinks that is something we should take action on now, or whether it should go back to P&Z for more input and discussion on who the committee is and what the scope is. Because otherwise, I mean, if you think that it's okay with P&Z and Tony's hands back up, so I'd love to hear what he thinks.
Okay, I don't think that he can speak on behalf of the whole P&Z without having discussed it, so.
No. We're just asking what his personal view is as a member.
Okay, well, Tony hasn't spoken tonight, so we will let him go next. Tony?
He's got his hand up.
Can you?
I know, well, that's why I'm trying to
he needs to
call on him.
unmute.
Oh, I had to unmute. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I thought they controlled that. You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I put my hand up and I put it down sort of because of what you said, Sarah. I didn't want to purport to be speaking on behalf of planning and zoning, and I'm certainly not. But mainly I wanted to say I think this is a really good idea and concept. I just pulled up the message board post, Kevin, to take a look at that while you were talking. I think it's a good idea, and I think you sort of have put it in writing. I think it would be a pretty good idea to send that, or if you wanted to expand upon that or formalize it, I think it looks pretty good as it is. But, we've had a few general discussions about, a task force for something like this on planning and zoning. I don't think we've had it as a formal action or agenda item up to this point. So we've kind of been speaking out of turn every time we've talked about it. So I do think it would be, I had actually planned to put, to get in front of Dave and Amy to see about putting an agenda item to talk about this, and I was pleased to see that y'all already have it on yours. So I think that would be a pretty good idea to talk about conceptually, since, this is the first time y'all are talking about it more formally, and we really haven't yet. So I thought that was good, and I think it's really great ideas and great start. And I just wanted to commend you on that. One thing I was going to mention, just this is Tony Stein, 5012 Rollingwood Drive, not Tony Stein Planning and Zoning. Is just I think we need to be. There's been a little bit of discussion about pressure points and things like that, and I think we need to be careful and kind of discuss things as they are. And I think we talk about Band-Aids a lot, and I think that can be a pretty broad term, but I think as it relates to some of the things that have been proposed by council and discussed by planning and zoning, are clarifications or addition of code where things don't exist already, as it relates to projections and things like that. And I think we just need to be cognizant and make sure citizens are aware that, height, what's been proposed it's a change of code that's been in place for 10 years, as opposed to something where there's a clarification. We've talked at times about, areas where people are maybe pushing the envelope and operating maybe outside of the specific definitions that exist right now. And I think that's clearly an area where there should be focus. And I think I've been spending a lot of personal time trying to figure out what those methods that people have used are so that we can try to address those. But I just wanted to make note of, I think there's some areas where Band-Aid's probably an appropriate terminology, and others where I'm not sure that it necessarily is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so, no.
Would you ask Tony if he thinks that you ought to act on this tonight?
I think he was saying we shouldn't, but I'm not sure.
That's
Okay.
what I hear too.
Yeah.
And
We are not following Robert's Rules of Order right now. So, So
You can expel us from the meeting.
it is late, and it's getting later all the time, so.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'll just say I don't have a strong
motion.
opinion on that.
Rain- rain is
I
there.
think we haven't talked about it in planning and zoning in any formal way. So I think to the extent that y'all think it would be appropriate to get feedback, I think that would be a good idea. And to the extent that y'all feel like there's action to be taken now and that's not necessary, I don't have a strong opinion, against that either.
Okay. Alan.
I'd move to refer this to planning and zoning for them to discuss and give us some feedback in their next meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Is that
5.
That's fine. I think that's a good idea.
Give us a minute.
Yeah,
Give us a minute.
yeah. Fine.
Okay. We are on to, we've already done 15, so we are on to item 16, discussion and possible action, including adoption of project milestones and processes for planning city hall improvements.
I'm gonna pull that item. It was my item. I'll pull it.
Okay?
And I'll also pull number 17.
Oh, you're a wonderful woman.
Okay.
Sometimes.
So we have
It's in the item
reports
folder.
Oh,
on the agenda are available for review. If
Oh, I
anybody-
do have one question though, before we move off of, I guess we have, but can we go back to 14 for one question? And this is to Charlie.
Yes.
This is I want to give you an example. Let's say, a resident sends an email to the city council and to planning and zoning about an issue. Or they send it to city council and planning and zoning would be a more appropriate or needs to hear the information. Can I, as a council member, forward that email to planning and zoning? Because I don't know where the line is on what, as a council member, I can do with respect to another committee, a board and commission committee, without, where the open meetings issue comes up. Is it that, I've gotten an email, it's gone to the entire council, so I'm not, if it's public business, I'm not to talk to other council members about that. But where's my boundary between me and planning and zoning, for example?
Can she not just ask Ashley to forward
Yeah,
it
that
to
would be
planning and
my
zoning?
recommendation, is that you just forward it to Ashley and ask her to forward it to the Planning and Zoning Commission. With respect, the Planning and Zoning Commission has the same Open Meetings Act prohibitions that this body does. So if you go to more than a quorum of the governing body, and not of the governing body, of the Planning and Zoning Commission, as a member of this governing body, it could be problematic. So more than 3, right?
Okay.
Or 7 member, yeah.
So there shouldn't be that kind of direct communication. Where's the
I always
line?
recommend against it.
Where is the line?
Wherever-
I'm the liaison
yeah,
to that commission. Where's my line?
I wish I could have a very clear answer for you. Unfortunately, the line is where the district attorney decides they want to draw it, because a violation of the Open Meetings Act is a criminal penalty. So you're fine, and the other line is if someone
Fine
challenges.
to do what?
As long as you're not communicating with more than a quorum of the Planning and Zoning Commission, you're fine. So 3 members is who you can legally talk to under the Texas Open Meetings Act without violating the Texas Open Meetings Act. The thing to keep in mind, the criminal provision really is not that big. It's a big deal because I was an expert witness in a trial where it was actually where a DA prosecuted, and it was determined to be unconstitutional, and the legislature then adopted a new one. The bigger issue is action taken in violation of the Open Meetings Act is voidable. So if someone was to challenge an action taken where a violation occurred, they could prove that a violation occurred, the action would be void.
Okay, one more question. So then can I, if I'm gonna talk with the committee as a whole, then I should do that as, get recognized, ask for an agenda item, get recognized, and do it at a public hearing?
At a public meeting, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Two more hands up. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I just want to make a couple of comments. I started out on a very high note at the beginning of the meeting, and that I extend the same goodwill towards each one of you and the mayor who walked out, but I want to make sure that you all understand, for the first time in about 7 years, our city council, every member is an elected member. You were chosen by your constituents, not appointed. But I don't degrade the status of, being appointed. But this, you were out there in the community, you got elected, and each one of you has your right given to you by the people to execute your duties towards the community as each one of you see fit in this body. And I just cannot, after having lived here for almost 40 years, I have never seen a scene like I did today, where another elected member did what they did. And I hope that's not a concluding statement on the state of affairs of our Rollingwood. I love Rollingwood, and I want only the best for each of you. And I hope, if you need former mayors or somebody else to have an ombudsman or somebody to talk these matters over, let's do that. Do something about it so that we don't have any ill will towards each other going forward. And I don't think anybody should be, their right to be on a commission or advise a commission should be taken away so arbitrarily like what was suggested today. So as I appeal to you as our Mayor Pro Tem and to all of you, please exercise your right to serve us in whatever capacity you think is best so that our community doesn't have to suffer divisions more than we already have. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, and thank you again to the team Rollingwood. You have my support, and if there is anything I can do to promote more goodwill among all of us, I'll be the first one here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a minute. We have Kevin.
Yeah, I see people packing up. I don't think we talked about item 17.
I pulled that down, Kevin.
Yeah, Brooke
Thanks.
Brooke pulled that item.
Okay.
We do not have anybody from K-Freeze here to discuss that. And we will get a email out to the neighbors in the area about where we're at on that.
Thank you. I misunderstood that it was taken off. Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, you've taken it off. Literally, that's the item that I came here to be for, because I'm trying to follow the item. And I did ask 2 council meetings ago that as a downstream neighbor that I be included in communications, and I've received nothing. So if there's something going out to neighbors, I would respectfully request that as well.
Okay. Okay. Is there
Move
anything
to adjourn.
else? Second. Okay, I guess I seconded.
Yeah.
Nobody else has seconded. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
I'm not sure you can second, but.
Well,
That's fine.
Oh, that's avoidable
Okay.
action.
Well, the